Good morning, colleagues. Maybe let's start. DDG, I see that we don't have construction SETA leadership here. Not sure whether they flew in this morning or you've got one, two. Oh, now, yeah, construction SETA leadership is the accounting authority and senior management. So maybe whilst we are waiting for them to arrive, we will start by introducing ourselves. This is the first meeting where we're meeting with the two entities, DDG in the 7th Parliament. My name is Tebogo Litsie, and I have the honor of being chosen by members of this committee to be the chair of the portfolio committee. So we'll start with members introducing themselves. We don't have a full complement yet because of traffic in Cape Town. We have a few apologies that I will go through after members have introduced themselves. So we'll start by members this side introducing themselves. Then we'll start here with the chair of the Services SETA and we'll go the snake format, introducing ourselves. Desiree.
Chair, I just thought you're blaming the government of the Western Cape of the traffic again. Good morning. My name is Desiree van der Walt and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee.
All right, good morning. My name is Fasiha Hassan. I'm also a member of this committee deployed by the ANC.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to everyone. My name is Stacey Kujani. I am also a member of the portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Stephen de Vries. I'm the Chairperson of the Services SETA.
Let's not be shy to speak on the mic. Yes.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, members. My name is Andile Sipengane. I'm the acting CEO of Services SETA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tsaola Matsebe. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Services SETA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khotrab Tata, the Audit Chairperson for Services SETA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mamabele Motla. I'm the Executive Manager at the Services SETA.
Dumelang lohle. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Mimi Gondwe. I'm the Deputy Minister for Higher Education and Training.
Very good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, esteemed colleagues. I'm Zukile Christopher Mvalo, the DDG responsible for skills development in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. My name is David Mohlame, the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the DG. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Malusi Shezi, the CEO of Construction Education and Training Authority.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Rodney Sibui. I'm the National Organizer of the Ever Progressive Union, NEHAU.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Nolutando Edom. I'm the Chairperson of the NEHAO Construction SETA.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Olebogen Tsitsi. I'm the Secretary of NEHAO CETA branch.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Barry James Mitchell. I'm the Nahau Parliamentary Officer.
Good morning, Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee. Protocol is observed. My name is Sipom Kabela. I am the Deputy Secretary, Nehau Services SETA branch.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Kutan. I'm the branch chairperson for Nehau Services SETA.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Philip Kwampe. I am the board secretary at Services SETA. Thank you.
And good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Pusiso Dladla, the Executive Manager for Corporate Services, Services SETA.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee and other colleagues. My name is Kaya. My surname is Bly. I'm acting as Executive Manager in the Office of the CEO, Services SETA. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Greetings to everyone. I'm Wiseman Dino, member of the Accounting Authority, Services SETA.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Alice Karanja, a member of the Accounting Authority Services SETA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nomfundo Mkoyi. I am a board member at Services SETA.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, DM. My name is Zamokwake Kuzwayo, Executive Officer of the National Sales Authority. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, GM, esteemed colleagues. My name is Lucian Krantz, and I'm the acting CFO for the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, DM, SETA chairpersons and colleagues. My name is Mabuza Ngubane. I'm the Chief Director for SETA Coordination, Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, DM colleagues. My name is Hlengani Baloyi. I'm the head of office of the Deputy Minister Kono.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I'm Joshua Bagansi from the Auditor General.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of the committee, Deputy Minister, acting DG and colleagues. My name is Steve Mampehu. I am the PLO for Deputy Minister Manamere. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, honorable Deputy Minister, officials in the chamber. My name is Khabo Majani. I'm the Chief Director in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Taskina Abrams. I'm from PMG.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Otebeng Mazibuko. I'm from PMG.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Bokang Tsitle, and I am from PMG.
Morning, Chair, and everyone. Linoguhle Patio from PMG.
Good morning, Chair, members, and colleagues. I'm Agnetha Aronson, the researcher for the committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Tando Polo Potoman. I am a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. I'm Jablani Majozi, Communications Officer. Thanks.
SABC.
Good morning, all. I'm Abre Barbia, SABC.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, colleagues. at least now there's an attempt. Oh, introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues, ministers, and the officials that have joined us today. My name is Matlodi Maseko. I'm the member for this portfolio committee.
Mama Claudia was stuck in traffic, Desiree. And this is not me blaming traffic of the Western Cape. No, good morning, colleagues. Today we're meeting, or we do have a number of apologies. The first apology we have is that of the minister. The minister and the entire cabinet, they are in Gauteng today because the president has a presidential imbizo in Gauteng in Ekurhuleni. Therefore, the minister has joined the president in that imbizo. The second apology we have is that of another deputy minister, Deputy Minister Manamela, who is in the Northern Cape, launching the TVET month that is happening in Kimberley today. We do have few other apologies from members. The DG, maybe before I go to members, the DG is also joined the presidential imbizo in Ekurhuleni, joined the minister there, and that is why the DDG Mvalo is the acting DG in this meeting. And then from members, we have the apology of Honorable Khachau, who will join the meeting slightly late, stuck in traffic. And this is not in relation to the infrastructure deficiencies in the Western Cape. She's just stuck in traffic. We also have an apology of Honorable Governor, who had to leave last night because one of her kids is hospitalized. And therefore we allowed her to leave. We have an apology of Honorable Msezane, who also had an emergency in KwaZulu-Natal and had to leave, will not be joining us. We have an apology of Honorable Shikwambana from the EFF, who is attending to political deployment also in KZN. There seemed to be a battleground or the battle of the turf in KwaZulu-Natal between MKP and EFF. It might have something to do with the former deputy president of the EFF joining MK. I don't know. And then, yeah, so those are the apologies that we have. So colleagues, we'll start with our meeting. Today we convened this meeting of these SETAs to deal with specific issues. The first issue obviously is to track we do have an apology of Honorable Khabo, who's running slightly late. He did indicate about 5 minutes ago that he will enter now, so he will enter at any time. So we're meeting today the Services SETA and Construction SETA. The Construction SETA colleagues, I see the CEO arrived and the chairperson has arrived. We have not seen the rest of the team. And when we started, we did indicate that our meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m. We don't understand. Maybe they flew in this morning and they were late. We don't understand why they are not arriving on time. Construction SETA in the month of July would have made headlines almost every week on Sunday newspapers, front page for that matter, on a number of allegations. And we felt that it was important that we bring them before the committee so that they take us into confidence of what is happening with those allegations. Because the SETAs are accountable to the department, are accountable to the public, and as the representatives of the people, we have every right to call anybody to come and account on any other issue that we believe that is in the best interest of the public. So we call them here to come and account on that. There would have been allegations that the construction SETA was planning a 5-country trip on studying of best practices for them to improve the work of the SETA. I see that it is part of their presentation, but from the onset, we want to put it on record that we believe that that will be wasteful expenditure because the term of office of the construction SETA is coming to an end in March, on the 31st of March. And if the board goes to overseas to learn how to improve the work of the SETA, they are learning it for who? Because their term of office is coming to an end. When are they going to implement that? So if indeed there's anything of any trip that must be undertaken, it must be undertaken by the new board when they resume office, but not the board that will go and use SETA money and probably they are appointed in another board. So they will be using the resources of SETA A to go and benefit SETA B. We don't think that's going to help. So we're putting that to bed, even if, like I've seen it, it's there on your presentation. Don't even touch it. It's not, that thing must just be cancelled because it does not make sense. It looks more like a holiday, because if you are, it's like taking an 85-year-old, spending 100,000 a year saying you want them to get a degree for what? It's not going to happen. So asking you that must not happen. So they are going to explain on the letters that we've given to them. And they must take us into confidence because we would have seen again on media the chairperson of the board being on media saying the CEO is not suspended. We read media articles saying the CEO is suspended. And then the board keeps mum. We don't know whether the CEO is suspended. The CEO is not suspended. I see the CEO is here. So they must take us into confidence. We've also seen the Now letter accepting the suspension of the CEO and the board kept quiet. And the CEO is here. So they must really take us into confidence on what is happening at that entity of government. So we really need clarities on that part. Services SETA. The CEO resigned in September 2023. We have an acting CEO till now. Must take us through briefly what is it that is happening. We also saw on one of the Sunday newspapers that the accounting authority earlier on in the year, you had amongst the three names that you had recommended to the minister for appointment, one of them was an accounting authority, accounting officer suspended from another SETA. You, in your collective wisdom, put that person on the list of those recommended to be a CEO of the SETA. The minister wrote to you early in the year, or was it in December, and said, no, it's not taking it. You started the process afresh. You then submitted another set of three names. We also saw on media again that there seemed to be a irregular appointment of the CEO for a period of 5 years, when the advert was speaking about term of office until 31 March. We have written to the minister. I want to clarify it. The minister has told us that she's just received a legal advice on the matter, and she's applying her mind, and she will respond to us in due course of what is happening on that in that front. We have given the Services SETA an audit action plan to try and improve their audit outcomes. We want to understand how far you. I see on your presentation, you are very mum on timelines. You just say, you've appointed a PMU to try and deal with this thing. You don't tell us when have you appointed it, what kind of work they've done. I'm happy that the audit committee chair is here. Want to understand audit committee. What would have been your advice to the executive management on a number of queries that the AG would have raised? What kind of reports has the audit committee, obviously, haven't received them from the audit unit? What kind of reports did the audit unit give to yourselves? What have you done as the accounting authority on rectifying those audit queries coming from the audit unit? And if they were not there, what is it that the executive management would have done to, as consequence management, to deal with the inefficiencies of the audit unit if they have not written report? So when we meet next time, I'm going to ask you to bring all those reports from the audit committee or the audit unit, the board audit committee, and what is it that you have done to try and resolve all those matters? Because the Auditor General of South Africa can't come every year and tell you the same thing, as if you don't have internal controls in your entities. So I thought I've listened to, well, the construction SETA. I only see the chair and the CEO. I've not seen executive managers. I've not seen board members. And on the Services SETA, how many executive managers do you have, acting CEO? 5. How many are here? 4. Where is the 5th one? Please speak on record.
The fifth one is attending to a commitment in the office and the same matters that we are dealing with of audit.
Okay. Who's the fifth one?
The Koslish, Executive Manager Operations.
Operations.
Yes,
Lizelle,
Koslish.
okay. I've not seen her attending parliament. We must send a message that when parliament calls senior leaders of the entity, they must come here. We can't have some executive members deciding not to come. That must not happen. Chairperson of Construction SETA, where is your executive managers? Where are your board members?
Good morning, Chair. The next to me is Mr. Mnisi, is a board member and a chair of FREC.
What is FREC?
It's Finance, HR, Remuneration and Related Committee. There's a Audit and Risk Committee board member who's joining us. I think they are finalizing the logistics to visit us. The executives are here. There's acting CFO has just joined. They flew in this morning. 2 other executives are also coming in present. The rest of the other board could not make it because obviously the schedule today clashes with funerals and clashes with other engagements. One is out of the country. We are a half-made board, by the way. We're not a full complement of the board, but we'll explain during our presentation. We did our best to bring the
Okay, you don't have to.
To bring the team in respect to this invitation.
You don't have to respond to things you have not asked. Just your board members, the meeting was scheduled for 9 o'clock. And they've just, you say acting CFO just walked in at the back. Or who's, and then the board member there of FRAC just also walked in now at 9 o'clock. The meeting was scheduled for now at 9:30. The meeting was scheduled for 9 o'clock. So next time, when we say 9 o'clock, it means because there are logistics that you must go through in parliament, you must arrive before and not arrive there at 9 o'clock, deal with the logistics and arrive in the meeting at 9:30. Can they introduce themselves, the 3 who've just arrived next to you, behind and behind? Introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair and members.
The mic.
Good morning, Chair and members. Our profuse apologies for being late. We got stuck in the queue trying to register. My name is Roy Mnisi. I am one of the members of the Accounting Authority at the CETA. I'm also the chairperson of FREC Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Zanele Radebe, Acting CFO SETA.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Moleboge Ntobela. I am the Executive for Strategic Support at the CETA.
No, thank you very much. I hope the message about arriving on time has been received. Acting DG, please, now before you, Deputy Minister, please give us your opening remarks. And from there, we'll take the acting DG, and then from there, we'll direct the Services SETA to present.
Chairperson, let me also greet everybody that is present in the chamber today. Chairperson, I really want to welcome your opening remarks, especially your
opening remarks at the beginning of this meeting around the trip that the Services SETA was planning to take. And sorry, the construction SETA, thank you for that correction. And your decisiveness around having that trip cancelled. I think as a department, we welcome your direction in that regard. And just to put some context, Chairperson, you know, that trip was expected to take 24 days at a cost of 4 million rand. And according to reports, each member of the board was expected to receive an S&T of not less than 250,000. And so I think the first time I saw that report, for me, it was concerning because we are not in a favorable economic climate as a country. And I was worried that, you know, what kind of message were our entities sending by undertaking such a trip. And as you correctly pointed out, you know, at a time when the term of the board was coming to an end, and when we are, as a country, really grappling with the cost of living crisis. I mean, our people are feeling the impact of the cost of living, and we have high levels of unemployment and poverty. So I really welcome your direction around that, Chairperson. And I'm just trying to position this mic, Chairperson. Chairperson, you know, our 21 SETAs were established with a mandate that is largely derived from the National Skills Development Act 97 of 1998 and its subsequent amendment. And the broad and extensive mandate that our SETAs have include, amongst others, the obligation to facilitate skills development in specific and key economic sectors, to foster collaboration between the industry and the higher education and training sector, and to ensure our country has a skilled and adaptable workforce, and to bridge the gap between the skills needed by industries and the skills possessed by our country's workforce. Chairperson, you will agree with me that this mandate of our SETAs is crucial and critically positions or places our SETAs at the heart of addressing some of the challenges that we currently face as a country, such as the challenges of unemployment and poverty. And as I said, you know, it worries us as a department that some of our SETAs are, you know, experiencing issues, more especially the two SETAs that are appearing before the committee today. They've been well-documented reports, including the reports of the Auditor General South Africa around, you know, the issues that they're experiencing. As you mentioned in your opening remarks, the Services SETA has received a qualified audit opinion for 4 consecutive financial years since the 2018-2019 financial year. The same SETA has been without a CEO since September 2023. The governance challenges at the construction SETA have resulted in the entity being put under administration in 2011 and 2020, with the subsequent dissolution of the relevant boards of that SETA. The construction SETA received a qualified audit opinion for 2 consecutive financial years, namely for the 2021-22 and 2022-23 financial years. In addition, Chairperson, again, you pointed this out in your opening remarks that they've been widely publicized allegations of maladministration and corruption leveled against these 2 particular SETAs. Tied to the allegations leveled against these 2 SETAs, Chairperson, they are also concerning allegations leveled against the National Skills Fund, the most recent of which relates to the looting of 123 million meant for a rabbit breeding project at the National Skills Fund. Chairperson, I want to reiterate that as a department, we are concerned about the allegations leveled against these SETAs because these allegations are serious in nature, and they have the potential, Chairperson, to damage and tarnish the credibility and status, not only of the implicated SETAs, but also of all other SETAs. what is also of concern to us, Chairperson, is that the allegations have resulted in a situation like now where SETAs are having to appear before Parliament to account or answer to these allegations instead of appearing before the committee to account for the work that they've done in the areas of skills development, an area which I must add, we really need to get right as a sector. In closing, Chairperson, I've really been encouraged by the 2 days that I've spent with the committee. I've realized that this committee is determined to assist the higher education and training sector in that it has not only pointed out where we've gone wrong as a sector, but has also gone out of its way to put forward solutions and alternatives where we've not done well as a sector. And so I'm encouraged that in the next few hours, the committee will be having a meeting that is solely dedicated towards helping us get to the bottom of the allegations leveled against the services and the construction SETA, but will also help us as a department to see how best we can do our work going forward.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. So this is how we're going to have our meeting. We're going to start with Services SETA. So Services SETA, both the opening remarks of the chair and the presentation. You have 30 minutes to do your presentation. I don't want to stop you. So time yourself. But if you don't time yourself, I'm going to have to stop you. So you know the questions that we have sent to you. Make sure you cover everything in 30 minutes. If you have time, you can then put on your other issues. When you are done, we're going to give to Nehao Services SETA. We're going to give them 10 minutes to do their presentation on issues. Now I want to say from now on, when we have called you for a meeting on a Friday, we expect you to send in the presentation latest on Monday so that you afford members enough time to go through the presentations, do their own research, and structure their own questions. The unions as well, when we say you'll present on a Friday, on Monday we'll expect it. If you are coming on a Wednesday, we expect the presentation on a Friday so that so those are the rules of engagement. We don't want a situation where we're getting Nehao presentation at night on Thursday night for a meeting on Friday. It makes it difficult for us to be able to properly ask relevant questions. So, Chairperson of the board, it's 9:43. Your time with the presentation expires at 10:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, thank you. Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Minister, honorable members, and esteemed colleagues, good morning. Our team was already have introduced themselves, so to spare time, I'm not going to do that. We appreciate the opportunity to engage with you on these matters as outlined in the invitation letter dated 7 August. The Accounting Authority is committed to ensure that the Services SETA not only meets its obligations, but also aligns its operations with the highest standard of governance, transparency, and efficiency. I'm pleased to report that the organization has made significant strides to achieving organizational and financial stability. Our financial health showed considerable improvement with our commitment levels reduced from over 4 billion to approximately 2.2 billion against DG reserves of approximately 2.8 billion, leaving us with a positive going concern. In the 2003-04 financial year, we have reached 16,891 learners Also, we sponsored 2,523 bursaries, 3,279 interns for unemployed graduates, and 1,046 artisans contributing towards the Decades of Artisan program. We are working harmoniously with organized labor to promote stability and continuously promote worker participation in decision-making in the workplace. One of the current projects we are working with the trade union is the organizational design projects, which is aimed at aligning the organizational structure to better deliver our objectives and mandate. Of course, this does not mean that we have differences at times. First, we will report on the progress that we have made in the implementation of the Audit Action Plan. There have been significant focus for us as we have mobilized our resources to address the identified shortcomings. At the Accounting Authority midterm strategic session in July, after receiving a report from the Audit Committee, we resolved to appoint a task team to monitor actions across the different governance structures to advise the Accounting Authority on the progress of the Audit Action Plan. Going forward, to improve our audit outcomes, the Audit Committee was directed to extend the scope of internal audit to include the probity review of supply chain, our DG commitments, ICT, and performance information. The task team consists of the chairpersons of the Finance Committee, the Governance and the Risk Committee, the Audit Committee, and one member each of these committees. The team is led by the chairperson of the Finance Committee. Secondly, the acting CEO will provide a detailed update on consequence management that were implemented. Also at our midterm session, as the Accounting Authority, we resolved to review our loss control function to shorten timeframes of processes because we believe that at times those processes take too long, and also to have a look to review the sanctions applicable. Where necessary, we will review other related human resource policies. The task team mentioned earlier will monitor and review the implementation of these measures. While we have made progress on our annual performance targets, where we have not yet reached 100%, over the last two financial years, we reached a stage of stability. And moving forward, we have resolved that the organizational performance management system to be reviewed, and also to review the performance contracts of our executive management. Chairperson, let me now provide update on the committee on the appointment of the CEO. As indicated, the former CEO resigned in September 2023. Following the final recruitment and selection process, let me first address the issue that you've mentioned. With the first round of selection process, with the names that we have submitted to the minister in December, there was no indication in our background checks that any one of those candidates was suspended. We were not furnished with any reasons by the minister in terms of not appointing. We were just directed that the minister have not appointed any of the three candidates, and that we must then again start the process. Following the final recruitment and selection process, the AA again made the submission to the minister on 13 May 2024, recommending the names of three candidates for the appointment of the CEO. On 19 June 2024, the Services SETA received a letter from the minister approving the appointment of one of the candidates to the position of CEO. However, the appointment letter stated that the candidate must be appointed on a 5-year fixed-term employment contract. Now, this is not in line with the Regulation 7 of the regulations for the conditions of services and appointments of CEOs at SSETA, which state that the CEO must be appointed for a term of office that corresponds with the term of office of the Accounting Authority. Also, the job advert itself stated that the incumbent will be appointed on a fixed-term contract that will end 31st March 2025. By directive of the Accounting Authority, I subsequently wrote to the Department of Higher Education on the 24th of June to seek clarity on the CEO's term of appointment. A letter was also sent then to the Office of the Minister. The Minister is at the moment attending to the matter. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate our commitment to work collaboratively with the committee and all other stakeholders to ensure that the Services SETA deliver on its mandate with excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And once more, good morning to the Deputy Minister and the members. All protocol observed. Let me just zoom in straight to the areas that we were tasked to look at, the questions that were raised by the Portfolio Committee. It was for us to update on the Audit Action Plan. Our Audit Action Plan had 22 findings. Of these, 19 were resolved, and this has been confirmed by AGSA. The remaining 3, which were not resolved, amount to 14%. This relates to commitments. We have got an issue on commitments that I might also reflect on, aligned to the appointment of the project management unit. These are legacy and historic DG commitment issues. We have got an issue on compliance. This compliance was in relation to special projects allocations. These special projects allocations were identified by AG as having weaknesses in terms of compliance measures and procedures. This included the principle of fairness, the principle of openness in the applications and attracting the applications for special projects. But that matter has since been resolved by strengthening the compliance measures to ensure that there is a fair and open and compliance procedures that are highlighted in the form of publicizing this to the broader stakeholder community. But I must touch on the fact that these special projects are more of addressing the national priority areas, and they are cross-sectoral. That would be including your SMME, interventions targeting unemployed youth, and so forth and so forth. There's also been an issue on ICT governance. What was picked up by audit there was that as some of the staff resign or leave the organization for whatever reason, we are not timelessly removing their names from the system. So that is not done timelessly, but it should be of immediate upon a person resigning or leaving the entity. So those are the 3 areas of which there has been interventions to ensure that we prevent further occurrence of such non-compliances. Moving further on to the next slide, Chair. There are unresolved findings that I must touch on, which I also reflected as the issues that are outstanding from the list that was dealt with. These include the issue of commitments. There was limitation of scope here and material findings in relation to these commitments. These are the commitments that date back as far as 2016 on DG allocations, where we picked up that there were weaknesses around project management and monitoring of the delivery of these projects, to an extent that they amounted to a tune of more than 4 billion rands. Then we had to deal with and ensure that we clean up, we close those that need to be closed, and we cancel those that need to be canceled. On ICT governance, as I have highlighted, there's an issue there that has been addressed now to ensure that immediately when an official leaves the organization, is immediately removed from the system. Fair allocation of special projects in particular is around the principle of openness, the principle of transparency that was called upon to be strengthened. Not that there was nothing, but they said, let's strengthen this area and ensure that we get to communicate it as extensively as possible. There was an issue on SCM. This in the main was on the SCM register, where you could find that when in the submission of tenders, the people that submit have to sign the timesheet on the register. So there was differences in terms of times that have been signed, to an extent that it appeared that two providers were not within the given time for the closure of the tender box. It was more about 1040, 1140, which was picked up as a possible human error. However, it's taken serious because it's reflected on the register. And since we have updated our register to ensure that there's automated monitoring when all these processes embarked on to prevent further occurrence. On commitment issues, one other important thing to reflect on. For the financial year 22-23, there were conflicting confirmations there, whereby when AG visited the providers, some providers would say the project was closed, but there is no supporting evidence. Some would say, I'm still owed money, but there is no evidence made available on either parties. Some cancellation of projects that were historic has happened on one side, where the SETA would have canceled the project, but AG said, we want evidence that there was an engagement with the service provider on the cancellation. And that must culminate into a document that would be signed off, an agreement on the issue of cancellation. So there were those kind of issues, a myriad of them that were associated with these. And they result into our misstatement as well as our opening balances in the contract registers will not be tallying and be aligned with the information that is coming forth. So we had to embark on working on this thing so that we could be able to have clear opening balances and remove all the old and outdated contracts that should be. But it implied that let's apply also a legal process into executing that task so that we can prevent litigations on these matters, which we have since done. When we look at 23-24, this still continued. There were still contracts removal, especially those that would have expired, that were still in the register. Hence, that we had also to say, let's strengthen our resource capacity by appointing a project management unit that will be supporting the organization so that we ensure moving forward, we just get this off our record, leading to irregular expenditure possible. The PMU chairperson was appointed in May. I profusely apologize that it's not reflected the date of appointment, but we are reflecting the work that has been done so far. The work that has been done at a high level, we discovered that we still have got a total number of entities that is 1,828 that are still remaining to be cleared. We have moved from 4 billion to 2 billion, coming from when we started working on these commitments. We have been able, through working with this PMU and our internal staff from finance and operations and strategic projects, we have been able now to send letters to 1,791 entities whose details were able and easily pulled through from our database of records of contracts and offer letters that were issued on those DGs. We had 37 entities that appeared that their addresses are no longer in existence because attempts were tried through various means on the contact details that we have in the register, and we couldn't access them. But that process is still on the radar, is still under consideration to say how best we can ensure that we eventually get them through. There are 811 that didn't have any responses upon letters and communication being done to them. And we had responses to 980 entities. But if you look into the figures that are associated with the number of these entities, as per the work that we've already embarked on, we could see that there is cancellations that had to happen. Hence, we had to appoint a legal firm now to assist us on cancellations. Some of these are through mutual agreements between the parties concerned, but there is drastic movement. What we'll also be doing here is that, as Chairperson has touched on, the extension of scope of the internal audit. This work has to be audited as from the end of November by internal audit. We are preparing for the interim audit, of which will be including the commitments into their interim audit. So that when AG starts interim audit, it's normally started from December, January. So they will be having now an updated register that has been audited by the internal audit, but also be subjected to their priority focus in terms of their interim auditing. We have further on established a task team, Chairperson and members. This task team is the one that has been articulated by the Chairperson. Is also going to be on monthly basis, following through the management work on dealing with these major material findings over and above the commitments. This will enable that when we get ready for the internal audit by end of November, at least it has been dealt with its entirety. I've touched on the work of the PMU, and it's already working. Even now, it's proceeding to do that. We clean up the commitment register and we deal with all the material findings that had to be dealt with. So the interim audit by AXA in the new year will be including all these areas as a starting point. Members, coming to the issue of consequence management. We have identified a number of irregular expenditures associated with the activities I'm going to touch on. And of course, as per the National Treasury prescript, we write to the National Treasury and make them aware of what is the situation and the circumstances around the situation so that they can guide us towards declaring these and then
Chairperson,
cancellation.
my apologies for the interruption through you. We would just like maybe a quick explanation of some of the acronyms that are different. So DG is obviously not Director General, so we just like to know so we can follow appropriately. So apologies for the interruption, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Chairperson, the DG is the discretionary grant. Apologies for just using acronyms throughout without explaining. So we had the discretionary grant expenditure relating to discretionary grant 2 and discretionary grant 3, which happened some 3 years or so ago. AG, when auditing these particular discretionary grant, we couldn't find an board approval, AA. Yeah, that's board. It's referring to the board. Board approvals for these 2 DGs. But these DGs were implemented. When trying to source the documents, we discovered that at some point, the CETA had security attack on its server, and some information was retrieved, some information was lost. However, we presented this so that we could follow the necessary processes and procedures guided by the National Treasury transcripts. We find that at the moment, there is no specific official that could be identified within the organization as associated with this situation. But I would say the matter is still under consideration by the executive authority because we had to look at in-depth analysis of these discretionary grants of the previous years. and try to pull record of meetings and so forth. So that is work that is underway. But we are reflecting it here because it's a potential irregular expenditure. Discretionary payment above offers to lead employers. At some point in the implementation of discretionary grant, the SETA applied a review in its policy to adjust the costing of learning interventions higher. These would be inclusive of the stipend for learners and the learnerships and skills program, various learning program interventions. What was done here is that we started now effecting on payment the changes that have been approved. But AG needed an addendum in the contracts to have been prepared and attached, which means now these approvals were done as per the resolution of the board, but there was no supporting documentation in the form of addendums. And that is tantamount to irregular expenditure, which then resulted to an official being given a warning around this matter. Unsolicited proposals are in relation of the special projects that I have touched on earlier on, whereby it was identified by AG that the principle of fairness, openness, etc., has not been applied entirely, need to be strengthened as a criteria for implementation of these projects. There is no official particularly identified as per this area identified by the AG, but safe to say that there has been a work that was embarked on to strengthen that criteria and subjected to the board approval. And that criteria was immediately then plugged into all our means of communication with our stakeholders. We had the road shows, we had a website, and also lifting up and the areas that have been strengthened in the submissions. The supply chain issue, the matter has been referred to the loss control function for assessment. That task team that has been established that is looking into all material findings from AG has also extended it to look into the loss control function and assessment thereof. The settlement of the dispute with legal firm, this expenditure is irregular, is associated with legal costs that were incurred in the dispute between Services SETA and this legal firm, which was claiming an amount of 4 million plus as still being owed. It took a bit of a while because we had to source through the documents around this matter because it was an old matter. Even the legal personnel that was dealing with this particular case had since resigned and left the organization. But however, the AA approved the write-off because eventually on this case, the SETA was found to be having to pay the money that was owed to this legal firm.
We're left with less than 5 minutes. No?
Thank you. And there's automata on Grayson and Reed. Also, the legal costs were incurred there in the dispute on this matter between the SETA and Outer, and it resulted to the approval of a write-off that was in relation to the company that was appointed to issue stipends on behalf of the Services SETA. Dispute between the contractor, Amanza Bantu, it was constructing one of our skills center in Kala. And this entity was claiming that it was not fully paid by Services SETA. It was still owed an amount of about 10 million. This matter is still under consideration of the board, but it's bordering at being irregular, but it will be informed and guided by the outcome thereof. Settlement of dispute between Services SETA and lead employer bond PC training. The entity started commencing before the actual allowance to commence, because once given a contract signed by those parties, there's a commencement letter that dictates when you should start your training. But the training provider started before and had to claim the monies and the costs that were incurred, and that had to be paid up. Turnaround strategy. We are looking there at organizational performance. We are improving very much on our organizational performance to an extent that we are now bordering at above 80% mark in terms of our performance. We moving from as historic from 40%, but for the previous 3 years, we've been at 80%, 84 and 83%, but we are still striving to ensure that we move higher than that. So occupational qualifications, we've partnered with QCTO to chase transition from legacy to occupational qualifications. We are addressing commitments, as I've indicated and alluded to earlier on. We are trying to create a culture of high performance in the organization. And in our APP targets for 24-25, we have got a directed efforts to ensure that we address SMME, business startup, co-ops, gender-based violence issues in schooling and post-schooling, support on work-based learning and work-integrated learning for our graduates throughput from TVETs and universities. And we're having a dedicated focus on supporting CET college sector and work-initiated training where we are focusing on supporting labor on skills development areas. High-performing employees, it's internal mechanisms that are done through corporate services to keep on steering conversation and raising the momentum of the staff to ensure higher performance. There are business processes that we are dealing with in terms of looking at the gaps and our reporting of performance information systems, your LMIS, for example, and so forth. We are working on those SOPs to identify the gaps, but I must say that they've been realized improvement here because on performance information, we have got an unqualified audit finding. So, which means adherence and continuously embarking on the business process improvement is yielding results. We are completing our organizational development project, which we are hoping to finalize by the end of this month. We started embarking it on last year, and we are hoping that it's going to really steer up the organization around its performance re-engineering. This is the organizational performance picture. I've touched on this, but safe to say that we are experiencing, we know we should be at 100%, but at least looking from where we are coming from, it shows a progress to an extent that whilst we are targeting 100%, but we are saying for 24-25, let's not be below 90%. This information has been shared, and that's our way forward, Chairperson. I thank you. That's my submission.
Thank you very much. Indeed, your time has expired. Now, it's 10:12. Your 10 minutes, it's at 10:23.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning once again to everyone. Chair, I think maybe we'd like to appreciate, first of all, as Nihao Services SETA, the invite that you would have received to come here. It's unusual and uncommon, but very much welcome. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry,
thank you to
can you
the
repeat
committee.
that?
I'm saying, we were saying thank you, Chair, for the invite. It's uncommon for us to come to Parliament, and we appreciate that.
Just come here and present from here. We want to, or who's?
I must come and sit.
Yeah. You can use the laptop here.
Thanks again, Chair. See. No, Chairperson, we wanted to present that as a transformative union, aspiring to ensure the interests of members are always prioritized. We'd like to use the opportunity to provide some context to the state of affairs of the Services SETA and highlight key challenges facing workers and provide some recommendations for consideration by the committee, of course. Our presentation, it draws reference from the Freedom Charter, the South African Constitution and Higher Education Act of 1997, as well as White Paper 3. Our branch would further also like to commit our assistance to the Portfolio Committee in its endeavors to ensure that the Services SETA is managed and run optimally. As far as the state of affairs is concerned at the Services SETA, at least from a worker's perspective, Chair, we do have a standing recognition agreement that is valid. However, it is up for review. And our last engagement with the management committee that we are part of in the Services SETA would have agreed that in the third quarter of this financial year, that recognition agreement would be up, or rather up for review. We also have to let the committee know that we actually have a good presence in all the structures of the organization. We actually have a monthly bilateral meeting with management. We do also have an active presence in all the HR committees that exist in the Services SETA. And we want to also let the committee know that some of us have been employed by the SETA for many years. And it is only with this administration and the previous one that Labour would have been given the opportunity to actually be part of board strat. For the past 3 financial years, we have received invites to be part of the board strat strategic sessions, mainly when the board calls us, Chair, is when there's issues with performance. So they would want to know from leadership of Labour, what is exactly holding back delivery from the shop floor. And for the past 3 financial years, we would have been given that opportunity, and we want to appreciate that. We also, our arrangement stretches so far that we're even given permission to visit our provincial offices because our constituencies resides in those offices. And many times when we have engagements at head office, you may find that we can't reach the provincial offices, but it was then agreed by management that we can do that. So there's much to be appreciated within this relationship. As far as organizational performance is concerned, Chair, we want to reflect on at least the past 4 financial years, starting 2020 to 2021. I think everyone would be aware that that was the year when COVID would have struck down most of the economic and industrial sectors, and there was literally no performance in the entire country. But we would have then had the same board as our leadership with CEO Mr. Menzi Fakude. And financial year 2021-22, we were given performance targets of 75%. Luckily for us, we would have been able to not just meet that target, but exceed by plus minus 5%. The following financial year, 22-23, our target would have been raised to 80%. Chair. Again, we would have over-delivered by more or less 4% to reach at least 84%. The financial year 23-24, I think the CEO would have mentioned as well that we've reached just over 80% as far as performance is concerned, whilst a commitment of 90% was made. As Labour, we still don't think that we can be marked as a failure for not reaching 90%, but we would have at least achieved over 80% of our commitment for this financial year. Chair, I would like to request for the chair and the committee to maybe allow the deputy secretary of the branch to deal with challenges faced by employees in the workplace. If
You're
that's-
left with 3 minutes, so you can present from there, you'll move the slides there.
Yes.
You can move the slides there because you're left with
Oh,
3 minutes.
okay, no, it's
You
fine.
can present from there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. On the presentation, Chair, it's management style and decisions, which we feel as Labour that such, possesses a huge risk in terms of performance. So we no longer have quality assurance of learner enrollments because if this key performance area is not there, Chair, then you'll have serious problems because you might find that you are even funding skeletons or dead bodies. Monitoring and evaluation is no longer happening. We do what we call desktop monitoring. So if you are funding a project, you don't have your full soldiers that actually go to the sites or the workplaces. Workplaces, we do desktop workplace approval for the first time ever. And the dismantling of artisan unit, we feel as Labour that that decision must be recalled because we understand what is in the Gazette, we understand the skills accord in terms of what is expected for all the SETAs to deliver on that indicator of artisan development. So that unit has been dismantled. The executive in operations believes that it's a project of which as Labour we disagree with that decision. Secondments, we have people that are seconded in positions, and those people, there's no recognition, there's no acknowledgement. But when it comes to performance, then it raises questions now. It's the management will say you are accountable, so you need to account to performance. And then moving forward, Chair, in terms of the policy review and compliance, we are part of the policy review with HR, but it looks like we are working backwards because the feedback that we'll receive from management is that the board has approved this policy, but not this policy. But you find that we've invested time, we've spent money paying for hotels, paying for food and beverages, not alcoholic, Chair, but your Coca-Cola. I'm not promoting Coca-Cola, and thank you, Chair. And then on the enrollments, Chair, we are currently experiencing a challenge where staff is confused in terms of the historical programs and the QCTO transition. On the QCTO, we feel that as Labour, we are not ready to implement these programs, Chair. We are saying that because to date, as Services SETA, we've only certificated one learner in project management qualification. We have learners, 450 learners that are waiting to write the new occupational qualification in office administrator, Chair. So where the question papers, the exemplars and the mock exams are not being developed, Chair, and these learners are disadvantaged because they cannot find work because they are waiting to write this ASA exam. Then, Chair, we appreciate in terms of the wellness that the employer is assisting employees in terms of their well-being. But however, Chair, there is bullyism that is happening. We call it professional bullyism that one cannot prove. It makes it difficult for you to prove that bullyism. It is happening, and the number of employees that are referred to for therapy is increasing, Chair. The number of employees being hospitalized is increasing, which it has an impact on the performance, Chair. and yeah, and the economic challenges. So Chair, on this last, on my last presentation, the slides that Chair, so what we are recommending to the committee, Chair, with due respect, Chair, that this committee to establish a special task team to do oversight monitoring and conduct unannounced site visits at Services SETA. Secondly, Chair, and to review the performance of the executive management, including the board, Chair, and the artisan department to be reinstated on the OT structure as an independent unit, Chair. And lastly, Chair, to restart the and bring back the monitoring and evaluation department in Services SETA. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I gave you 2 minutes so that you can tell us how we must do our oversight. I did it intentionally. Thank you very much, Labour, for your presentation. We will now go to construction SETA. We will take questions from members after both presentations. Welcome, Honorable Khachau. Your apology was noted that you are stuck in traffic because of the infrastructure deficiency of the Western Cape government. Construction SETA, do you have any new person who have arrived after? Yeah, introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair and members. Lebogang Pasha, the Executive Manager for ETKN Project. My apologies as well for the delayed arrival.
Yeah, we were just asking you to introduce yourself. Yeah, you can switch off your mic. So, construction SETA, I'm sure you saw that the chairperson will give him space to. You introduce yourself, Masna? Yeah. The construction SETA's chairperson will give you an opportunity to introduce the report, and then the CEO to go through. In your opening, if there are things that you want to clarify, like the chairperson of Services SETA attempted to, you can also do so. But the total number of minutes will be 30 minutes. So it is 10:27. At 11 o'clock, I'm going to stop you. So the chairperson of construction SETA, please introduce your report.
Thank you, Chair, as I press the timer. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, MPs, honorable MPs. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister. Good morning, DDG, and the entire leadership of the union. Honorable Deputy Minister, you are correct. We shouldn't be here to talk about things that are publicized in the manner that they have been. But we're here now. We would have loved to, at this inaugural engagement with the 7th Administration Portfolio Committee, to engage in telling the complete story of the work that has happened at SETA. It is quite sad and unfortunate that the tone and the narrative would have had to be set by newspaper journalists for whatever reasons, but we're here now. The presentation is going to take you through the extent to which we have responded to the allegations, because the mere fact that allegations are made do not themselves make them factually truth. But of course, in life, we know that lies told many times have the propensity of becoming the truth. That's why we're here to set the record straight for the records. Because in just under 2 years, the accounting authority which I lead has been entrusted with the responsibility and the mandate to receive an institution from administration, to stabilize it and ensure that it remains optimal functional. The allegations as made in the media are not supported by evidentiary proof and substance. You will see from the presentation that if indeed what the media has reported things to be at SETA, then we would not be having an institution that is performing from 32% in 2020 up to 92% in 2024. Otherwise, the facts would not have spoken for themselves. Of course, there are issues around administration and management. And for that, we will take full responsibility for not having been decisive enough. But here's the context. We are entrusted with the responsibility to ensure that that institution does not go back to administration. And one of the things we have to do is to stabilize management and ensure that systems are put in place to deliver the core mandate of the SETA. And Deputy Minister, with respect, if the journalists set the tone and narrative that suggests that the CEO has bought and captured the SETA to look away from allegations of an impropriety, then it means the CEO is doing a good job. Because the CEO would have not only captured the SETA board, it means the CEO would have captured the Auditor General that audits our performance. It means then the CEO would have captured the National Skills Authority, who holds us accountable from a fiduciary responsibility. It means the CEO would have captured the entire branch of the department upon whom we report our performance and results. I am placing this context so that members understand that whilst we take cognizance of the fact that there are allegations that are made, ours at an accounting authority level is to make sure that those allegations are investigated. There have been voices and pressures to compel and ask the accounting authority to suspend the CEO. And Chair, I have to place it on record that issues of suspension are legal, labor-related procedural processes. The board or any other institution does not wake up and suspend, but you follow what is called due processes. If there's anything that we are guilty of, it's probably allowing the benefit of the doubt to either the CEO, whoever senior manager that has been accused, to demonstrate reasons why actions must not be taken against them. We definitely are not going to wake up and suspend, because the laws of this country, the procedures of this country, the constitution of this country allows all accused individuals to be provided with the benefit of the doubt. And throughout all these processes, as the board, we've ensured that we've leaned on the side of caution. And of course, we've done that at a risk because that has been interpreted in some quarters to be lenient to the CEO. But there are records. There are records of special sessions of the in-committee board meetings that have deliberated on this, that have taken decisions in writing, and we've signed the resolutions and we've communicated that resolution to the office of the minister, because we wanted to make sure that whatever decisions we make in the face of all this adversity, these are decisions that stand and pass the test of legal scrutiny, should our decisions be subjected to further scrutiny. So I needed to do that, Chairperson, to allow CEO to take members through this presentation to demonstrate that all that has happened in the past few days or past few months has been a deliberate attempt to vulgarize the work of the board. Of course, to a certain extent without merits, but where there has been serious allegations that have been leveled, we have applied our minds properly through the decisions that we have made. And we have at all times communicated such decisions to the office of the minister, who's the head of the executive authority. CEO, please proceed.
Just to say, you have taken 8 minutes, so you have 22 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Deputy Minister, the members of the PC, and the attendees. About the audible. We were asked questions that
We are on record, mic next to the mouth.
All right. We were asked to respond as SETA to the questions that the portfolio committee sent to us, to the issues of governance, etc. I'll start with the state of governance. The SETA currently got a complement of 8 members of the accounting authority, including the chairperson, constituted by 2 representatives of the business constituency and employer, representing BBCBE and MBSA. We got 5 representatives from the labor constituency represented from Bikau and NUM. And we had initially an appointment of 10 members with 2 resignation representatives from the government DPW, which is Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and employer representative from Consolidated Employers Organization. And this board is supported by the committees constituted as follows: 2 being prescribed by law, the Board Executive Committee, we call it BEXCO, and Audit and Risk Committee, then Finance, HR, Remuneration and Ethics Committee, which we call FRAC, Governance Strategy and ICT Committee, which is GSIT. Executive management of the organization currently got the 4 executives, including the CEO, myself, Executive Manager Strategic Support, Mlobeheng Taubela, acting CFO, as that vacancy is in the process to be filled, Mr. Sanele Khadebe, and EM, ETQN projects in Mr. Lebogang Pasha, and there are operational committees in the organization. With regard to allegations of corruption and governance irregularities, this we believe is stemming from the media articles that the chairperson has alluded to. In the main, it is the view of this institution that the media articles around the trip they serve to scandalize the work of the SETA, the SETA and the CEO. Currently, we have had the comments from the chairperson of the committee this morning. The position of the accounting authority of the institution, looking at the merits why that benchmarking trip was necessary, is of the view the trip is postponed, not cancelled, despite we will be amenable to what the committee prescribed in that regard. It was still at planning stage. There was 0 expenditure incurred. Also, then we start to go to the merits of such a trip, which now I'm going to skip. I will also indicate in that, as that headline that was flying on that Sunday, that the board members were being given 250,000 each by the CEO as a bribe. The members of the board and the chairperson has confirmed that there was no such, as we confirmed from the management side, that there was 0 spent on that. And even for the S&T that is prescribed by the DPSA and gazetted rates was going to be applied, and there was nothing that was going to ever amount to such an amount, to confirm that was just aimed to scandalize the work of the SETA in a particular context. I will pass. Allegations of corruption and governance irregularities at the institution, as has been indicated by the chairperson, has been reported in many media articles. There is no substance to such corruption and governance irregularities at this point in time. There may have been attempts of such because as an organization, we do have robust systems and processes that are designed to prevent and detect and address any alleged or materialized irregularities, which include the following. We got an independently operated fraud and whistleblowing hotline in the organization, whose reports goes only to the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee and the board. And there is 0 tolerance attitude towards corruption and malfeasance at the organization. We got monthly and quarterly reporting on ethical compliance to executive management committee, the board, and the committees, and specifically FREC in this case. We got annual and regular declarations of interest, which we track if there are any potential conflicts of interest that are red flagged. We got the gifts and hospitality registers to track potential issues throughout the period. And in this regard, then the board has been, as indicated, in the first 6 months coming to office effective from 1 September 22, they went through all the forensic reports that for the investigations that were undertaken in the organization to consider the recommendations of those, which some were indicating that those that are cited having been responsible for the wrongdoings reflected in those reports. There was a main Duja report. There was also many investigations that were instituted by the administrator. We also have from the CEO's office probity audit of all awards that were made between 1 April 2021, 31st to 30 September of the same year being subjected to audit, as there were so many red flags in that space of procurement, which then the Audit and Risk Committee at the time, looking at the probity audit report on procurement, extended for the full year of such to audit 100% of all those matters coming from 21-22 financial year. Okay. Another question that we were asked to respond to as an organization was to indicate what action or steps have been taken on employees involved in financial irregularities in the organization. I have reflected that the board took a resolution that where evidence existed and per the recommendations of the investigation reports and the employees were still in the employ of the organization, those were supposed to be subjected to a process which is called consequence management. Some of the conclusions of the investigations were indicative that further investigation may be required for those where evidence was likely to be available. A decision was taken that or a resolution that such will be investigated and then be action accordingly. Such was also submitted to the executive authority at the time. I just want to indicate in the past 36 months what we have done to address some of the irregularities that were reported in our forensic and other investigation reports. One, we had a case of an employee who had a fake matric qualification whose matter was investigated, confirmed by MIE, and confirmed by the Duja forensic reports, and that former employee now was subjected to a process and employment was terminated. The matter went to court. The court imposed the fine on the former employee. There was a salary of 5 million that was paid to date from the date of when they were employed to the date of termination, which was disclosed in 21-22 as a regular expenditure, and that has been dealt with in accordance with National Treasury Framework, and the matter is closed. There was an employee who was responsible for HR management, who also got involved in certain irregularities. Some of them were crippling events that had led the organization to be placed under administration, including the issue of the notorious pension and medical aid that is still, whose impact and effect is still ongoing to today. Also approving appointments and extension without delegated authority, thereby making CETA to incur regular expenditure in violation of the PFMA. Those were subjected to the DC, they were found guilty, and the sanction was termination of employment. The same was then actioned by the CETA. The employee appealed the matter at the CCMA. The CCMA upheld the CETA decision, and then they took the matter to the labor court. That is where it is. And then another employee was involved in a corrupt activity, taking a bribe to grant accreditation in the province of the Eastern Cape. They were subjected to a DC process, and the sanction from that process was termination of employment as prescribed by PRICA and the CETA or policies. The matter as well, on conclusion, the employee exercised their right. They went to the CCMA. The CCMA also ruled in favor of the employer who's CETA in this regard. We understand the matter is now lodged at Labour Court, appealing now the CETA and the CCMA ruling. And then another employee was doing business with the state, with other CETAs and government departments whilst they were in the employ of the CETA. This is as a result of the annual declarations that we undertake in the organization, and the employer was given an opportunity to then eliminate such a conflict of interest. They refused. They wanted to be both employees of the state and also be doing business with the state. And the matter was subjected to a process, and then the sanction was the termination of employment on refusal to eliminate conflict of interest. And that former employee then did the same, went to the CCMA. The CCMA upheld the sanction that was then done by the employer. The matter is closed. And then we had other ICT officials who were involved in cybercrime, data breaches, and many alleged corrupt activities who were then terminated. The matter is ongoing at the CCMA. We had an employee that was involved in SCM irregularities and other financial misconduct. And then the DC process unfolded, and then the matter resulted in termination as a sanction, which that process is going through an appeal currently. There are other employees in the procurement space also facing similar irregularities or misconduct, whose processes and matters are ongoing. These are an indicator that the organization has zero tolerance of any corruption and also is acting on issues of maladministration and malfeasance, as indicated by the chairperson, chair. There is a saying that says, lies revolve 3 times on the stage whilst the truth is still putting on its socks. Sometimes when action is being taken, those who need to be held accountable, they fight back in different ways, as we may see with the evidence that is ongoing currently. On the audit outcomes and improvement in internal controls, on the audit outcomes, it is the fact that in the past 2 years, the organization has been qualified on just one area. And then for the 23-24 financial year, the audit opinion is pending as the matter was escalated to the Auditor General. And then the Auditor General is reviewing that area of discretionary commitments disclosure note as a result of representation that were made by the SETA to the business unit leader at the Auditor General, following a prescribed process that when there are differences of opinion, you need to follow such. In the past, it was mainly the scope limitation, similar to the root cause at Services SETA. These are legacy projects. We have no issues on the current project. We got all sufficient supporting documents, including agreements signed properly. And then all the issues we have that were being qualified are the issues that are coming from back as 2012, unfortunately and surprisingly. And then all those that should have been concluded long ago, and there were no sufficient appropriate document in the past for the cancellations, which the AG then was not satisfied. And then an approach was agreed currently, and then we had 100% confirmations being made. And as a result, we had none that was not confirmed whether should have been cancelled or there were any other issues. But then the AG went on to do independent confirmation. A similar situation occurred whereby some confirmed the wrong projects, and then later they discovered that sending a different confirmation to the AG, some saying, yes, the project was concluded in this particular year, but we're not sure whether we are owed or not, and the AG as a result was not 100% certified about that. And then after the escalation and engagement with the AG then agreed to re-audit the matter. On the annual financial statements, as a result, currently, as a sign that the organization has improved significantly, the only matter that is pending that will be subjected to the audit and will receive outcome as soon on the financial statements will only be that discretionary grants commitment disclosure note. The improvement has also borne the result in the draft audit report that we received. The organization registered significant improvements in the sense that our performance information was qualified in all the previous years. We got a qualified conclusion. And in 23-24 financial year, there are no material findings on that. And then we got an unqualified conclusion on performance information, meaning the issues have been fully resolved. And also when it comes to the area of compliance with laws and regulations, which include procurement and contract management, we got 0 issues. That's a testament that what's flying in the media about procurement irregularities currently happening is not the truth. The Auditor General is the supreme audit institution in this country that is able to audit and then report factually other than emotionalism and any other agendas. We had implemented more stringent controls and made sure that our processes for procurement are fully aligned with National Treasury prescripts and regulation. And those alignment has resulted in a robust procurement process that minimizes the risk of non-compliance and incurring irregular expenditures. And then I've already spoken about the issues of AG not finding any issues of non-compliance in this area. All legacy matters were closed with certain contracts that were irregularly awarded in the past terminated. We also earned enemies from those processes. Some are in court to set aside those awards. Some cases then are ongoing as a result to set those ones away. Okay. We have embarked on various training programs for awareness of internal control, ethics, and fraud prevention in the organization. And I'm not going to talk much in that. And under financial accountability improvements, we had 2 material irregularities that were reported by the Auditor General on our audit reports in the past year. Which one of them was reflected in the 6th Administration Portfolio Committee report. One was emanating, which was identified and reported on the 28th of June 2022, whereby the organization during administration in a period between June and August 2020, they paid invoices in excess of the rates as prescribed in the contracts. And also there was a double payment of VAT for that supplier, resulting in a 4.4 million overpayment, which was classified as a regular expenditure. In 2021, then that provider signed an acknowledgement that they were going to pay back the money to the SETA, and the money was not paid. Then the SETA management took the matter to court. The court this year, March, after lengthy back and forth with the court and the processes, judged in favor of the SETA that the full amount must be paid back to the SETA. We have then had the sheriff had to locate the provider who has then disappeared. We are currently engaged in the services of a tracker to track this comment and to take the matter back to court so that it can be closed. On the side of the Auditor General, as a result, that the institution had demonstrated sufficiently that action had been taken in this regard, the matter is closed on the Auditor General's side. And then we had another project that was undertaken to also to ARPL those who stand at the hardware shop saying, I'm a handyman, I'm a carpenter, I'm an electrician, etc., who have no certifications, and that program didn't go the way it was supposed to. Is the same flagship project that was also started during administration. And the payments that were made in this regard, that the lack of appropriate and sufficient supporting documentation for the beneficiaries that were being attracted and paid for when it could not be substantiated. At that time, the AG then raised the matter on the 17th of July last year as a potential material irregularity that they will be reporting on this year. Then the organization investigated the matter. There were matters of corrupt activities that were cited by the forensic investigation in this regard, which happened outside the SETA. And then the criminal proceedings were recommended, and the SETA has since then shared the report with those, the affected individuals who are outside the organization, the implementers of the program, and also opened the criminal cases with the SAPS in this regard. And then with regards to implementing our action plan to address Auditor General's audit findings, we had 20 findings in the year 22-23 audit, and we have implemented 19 of 20 of those actions, resulting in a 95% completion rate. And the one that is outstanding is definitely the issue of the discretionary grants commitment register. We have done a lot of work. We have verified, looked at the whole population, confirmed with all the entities affected, and then we got 100% confirmation in this regard for all those legacy projects that I cited being the issue in the organization. Measures to stabilize the organization. I'm at 5 minutes. We just want to indicate We have done a lot. We have refined and simplified our vision and mission as an organization. We developed a post-administration turnaround plan that was aimed to have the SETA being the high-performing and a fit-for-purpose institution anchored on its corporate values, in then implementing and to achieve the aspirations of that turnaround strategy. We came with 7 focus areas for implementing such a strategy, which we are tracking on regular basis. We also, in our procurement environment, we also implemented various improvements as there were various challenges in that space, including manipulation of documents and then lack of standard operating procedures, unclear SCM policy clauses and prescripts, which were clarified as I've indicated, and also applying consequence management where required. Those areas, we have prescribed probity audits and advisory for any procurement that is above 5 million to ensure that we prevent any irregular expenditure being incurred or on award of any tender process from our processes. We have improved learning projects management and quality assurance processes, put in place all the necessary procedures and systems to ensure that we can track where our projects are. Hence, there are no issues reported currently by the Auditor General on our currently and recently awarded projects. We have held national stakeholder engagements in building confidence amongst our stakeholder group. Those are the 7 focus areas that I referred to, being the SETA sustainability and clean administration, and then ensuring that we got effective stakeholder relationship management so that our stakeholders are kept abreast of the developments and the direction of this organization, to have a fluid culture based on the organizational values, and also to ensure that we attain a state where our people's competencies, skills, and engagements are enhanced so that they can be effective and be fit for purpose and the roles that they discharge, and to ensure that we digitize the organization and make sure that we have a proper information and knowledge management in the organization as part of institutionalizing, and also to anchor the work that we do on credible research and innovation, and at the same time make sure that the brand management of this organization remain positive and attractive. And then in terms of our performance against the annual performance plan over the past 4 years, this is the picture. Where we are currently, 23-24, the audited performance result, Deputy Minister and Portfolio Committee members for the SETA, is 92%. And that is against the background when we took over in 2020-21, we were sitting at 22%. And we turned around the situation in the next year under circumstances still under just came out of administration in February, and we achieved 62%. And then in 22-23, the board had given us as management a target to achieve 80%. We achieved an 82% performance against our APP, which was audited by the AG. And this year, the 92% against the target of 90%, which on its own is a testament that the organization is working despite the challenges that we are facing. And that's a picture for the 5 years where during administration, performance had dived from around the 90s to 32% to 22%. It was on a downward spiral. And then we have managed to turn it around. It's going upwards, and the target for 24-25 financial year is 95% performance. As at this stage, it is impractical to achieve 100%. And then the results for the current year per programs are as follows. Administration, we've got 2 targets, one of them being the audit opinion, which is still pending. We are at 50% as a result, which we hope after the re-audit that the AG is undertaking, if we get unqualified, then it will turn to 100% and it will improve our performance further to about 92%. And that shows that the organization is seriously at work. We have done various strategic projects to massify skills, including the skill centers in the townships and rural areas, which most of them, some are going to be officially opened, being the commitments, some that were made 11 years ago that this management and leadership have made sure that they are realized so that the communities can start to benefit from the skills development. We have funded about 3,900 beneficiaries through our ERRP programs, 40% of them being the artisans that the country needs, at 234 million, with 106 million of those in stipend, as we all understand the impact of the stipend payments. On our Tapelo Matibeng Basari scheme that we run internally at SETA, also targeting some of the missing middle. We got 5 PhDs that are funded at 1.5 million, which is consisting of 4 females and 1 male, and masters. We got 13 beneficiaries for construction and built environment related master studies at 2.6 million that were awarded, and 100% of the masters cohort is female, because our target is that all our beneficiaries should be 60% female. And then we awarded new or first year bursaries at 13.5 million in this calendar year, 102, and continuing 127 at 14 million, totaling that in our bursary scheme, we're having about 229 buses. And then over the period of their studies, that will amount at 27.5. And we continue to support also the TVET sector as prescribed by the National Skills Development Plan. And with that, we are even indicating the various TVETs that we are supporting through our programs at SETA under ARRP, which we have benefited about 1,467 learners at 59.2 million, with a stipend of 73 million in that regard. But just to highlight what is encouraging in terms of percentage-wise is that the bulk of the support to the TVETs has gone to apprenticeships.
Yeah, no, it's 2 minutes past now.
Okay, thank you.
I've given you time to conclude. The union? Yeah. Whoever is going to present, please come sit here. Thank you, CEO, for the presentation. In Parliament, we deal with time. When you debate, you see this clock here, they put time here. So when you are debating here, right next to you, there's a countdown. So you can't run away from. Once your time is done, unfortunately, it's done. So now, take us through.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, SETA Board, Services SETA, and everybody here. Chairperson, we have prepared a presentation as Nehau. However, after the opening remarks of the board chairperson and the CEO, I found it fit to speak from the heart. At Construction SETA, the relationship between the board, Nehau, and management, it's non-existent. There's a recognition agreement that was signed in 2019, but the CEO does not follow it. And I would like to put it on record, Chairperson, that us being here as shop steward, we might find our suspension letters on Monday. The CEO of Construction SETA, Malusi Shezi, is running an institution like apartheid-like. There's intimidation, there's bullying of staff, there's harassment, and he changes policies as he sees fit. It's surprising that he stands here and tells us that he does not like corruption, and the board sees fit to say that they had to follow processes when they were dealing with allegations in the media. There are 2 members of Nehau that were charged, the ICT members that he is talking about here. There was no DC, he charged them and dismissed them. Nehau spoke to HR about it, but because our HR department is not the one that is doing DCs, There's a law firm that was appointed at the CETA to deal with SCM procurement laws, but that law firm is dealing with labor-related matters only. That law firm appoints chairpersons of the DCs. They act as initiators also in the DCs, together with the CEO. The charge sheet of our members are not done by immediate supervisors or HR executive, but by the CEO and that law firm. And if the portfolio committee can do an oversight and check how that law firm was appointed at Construction SETA, they'll be surprised. The corruption at Construction SETA, it's glaring for everybody to see. How our members are suspended, it's glaring for everybody to see. The CEO, when you raise issues of concern, he bullies you, he intimidates you, and you get fired. The DCs are just there to tick a box, but we know that our members will be dismissed. Oh, sorry, sorry. And we know that our members will be dismissed. I'm shaking here because I know that I might be suspended and dismissed without any evidence. The board, we had a meeting with the board and said, the board chairperson, we are aware of the allegations against the CEO. We want an independent investigation. The board chose to treat the CEO with kid's gloves. Since the CEO became the CEO of Construction SETA in September 2021, we had 12 suspensions. 12. And no one, and even the board, sees fit to come and speak to the union and ask us what's happening. We've got members writing to HR. We've got 3 CFOs that have resigned since his inception as the Construction SETA CEO. We've got 1 executive who resigned. The board convinced him not to resign, but he resigned because the CEO interferes with his work and intimidates him. The current executive manager of strategic support wrote to the board in March 2023, indicating the interference of CEO in her work, her bullying and intimidation as a woman. We don't know what the board did with that because they never came to us. And it's surprising that the CEO can come here and tell us that the trip, the exotic trip that was supposed to be undertaken by the board and then it's cancelled. But it came to the attention of the union that there are 2 executives, fairly new executives, that are going on another exotic trip to Dubai and Singapore. Those 2 executives are already paid close to 40,000 as a stipend. It's there. The documents are there. So what I can tell you that we are in 1948 National Party apartheid at Construction SETA. There's bullying, there's censoring of staff, there's intimidation by the CEO. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you still have time. So, yeah, just you're saying that 2 board members who are on an international.
It's 2 executives that are going on exotic trip to Dubai and Singapore. Those 2 executives have already been paid close to 40,000 each for that trip. And that trip, it's done through GIBS.
Singapore and Dubai.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. And I can also raise some procurement matters because it's surprising for the CEO to say that there have been measures to control procurement. As far as NAHAO is concerned, there's 131 million irregular procurement, and that it's because of the interference of the Construction SETA CEO. There's a co-invest matter where co-invest was paid close to 6 million to provide SETA with a biometric system. They did not supply that biometric system. The current CEO was a BAC chairperson of that. He was made aware that there's an irregular in this appointment, but he proceeded. There's a 45 million building that was bought through Toka by the SETA. The building that we are occupying is the one that they bought. That building, it's OHS non-compliant, but the SETA saw fit to buy that building. And maybe you can ask the board and the executive, how did they procure that building? Also, maybe you can ask them about the Synergetic, the one that has been on headlines. What transpired there? Why was Synergetic appointed in that tender for 13 million, having 1 year experience, whereby there was another company that was disadvantaged with 14 years experience and only 4 million that was going to be charged to Construction SETA. Maybe while we are still there, ask the CEO about the procurement or recruitment of executive manager. What transpired there? Why did he send an RFQ, draft that RFQ, advertise RFQ by himself at the CEO of Construction SETA? Maybe he can give you answers. And also, maybe he can give you answers of 5-star, the one that has been on the newspapers, the one that after a whistleblower informed the board about it, he added charges to that whistleblower. Maybe ask him, why did he suspend one of our members? Because he did not close his window, but because he's a dictator, he saw fit to charge somebody else and also sent the so-called SIU or Hawks to that member's house in Durban while his dad has passed on to intimidate that member further.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Time has passed now. I hope you remember all what you've just said. If you can just write them down now. On point bulletin. Yeah, then send them to us. Yeah, if you can just send them to us. Thank you very much, Nehau.
Chairperson, just 2 minutes.
No. Yeah, go ahead and sit down. Thank you very much for the presentations. Josh, from AGSA, you've listened to the entities when they were speaking about the audit action plans. If you can just comment on the audit action plans of Services SETA and that of Construction SETA, we'll really appreciate. And then from there, we'll make some remarks and give to honorable members to ask their questions. Just from Auditor General South Africa.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll start with the action plan of Services SETA. I think it's appreciated, and I think based on the work that we've done, whatever has been articulated in the presentation is the truth. They've made significant traction in terms of the issues that are coming from the prior periods. And the only issue that still remains is on the opening balances of commitments. And I'm happy in terms of the SETA, the board and management in terms of establishing a project monitoring unit to track and make the confirmations of all the commitments of all the service providers. I think I'm happy in terms of the way forward and how they're going to go about it, not just to rely on Auditor General, but in terms of them taking the initiative to confirm the commitments and involvement of internal audit. And by the time we do our interim audit, then hopefully everything would have been sorted out. And then with regards to Construction SETA, as far as I know, the audit has not yet been finalized. The SETA requested for further indulgence with the office, and the office is still looking at some of the items that they brought to the attention of the office. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I was asking the AG to comment so that when you ask your questions, you can check if what they are reporting is in line with the work that the AG would have said they must go and do, so that when you ask your questions, what to get. I'm going to make, I have plenty of questions, but I'm going to make a comment first. And I'm going to allow members to ask their questions, and I'm going to then come back if they don't cover me on their questions to come and ask my questions. You see, colleagues, it is this committee that determines who they call, when they call, and why they call them. This committee, we are accountable to the people of South Africa. When there are allegations of 4 million rands that will be spent on travel, and the CETA is quiet, does not clarify it, the people of this country believe that is true. Your comments, Chairperson of the Construction CETA, says, maybe it's true that a lie told many times is the truth. But anything that is been told and is not contested becomes the truth. And therefore, when we ask you to come and account here, it's not that we have too much time on our hands, we don't know what to do, and therefore we're listening to newspaper articles or we're reading newspaper articles, and therefore we're calling you. It is our responsibility to make sure you come and account. How do we know that those things are lies if we don't ask you? It is through platforms like this where we will then get a true story of what is happening. So your opening remarks, I found them distasteful. Literally telling us we have wasted the time of the CETA to bring you here because of rumor mongering. I found them very distasteful. And I hope it's the last time we hear such a comment, because you did write to us, actually. We responded to you in writing. We told you that you don't determine what we must ask you. It is this committee that will determine what we ask you. I did not say it when I was opening the meeting, out of respect, because I thought we have responded to you in writing and you would have understood. But you went ahead when you are talking here that it's unfortunate that the 7th inaugural meeting of the 7th administration brings us here because of rumors. We are accountable, these members here are accountable to members of the public. How do they know that whatever is reported there is not true? How does those people, there are taxpayers who have given us the right to vote for funds towards yourselves. So they have to know. The second issue is that even when we're asking about that our meeting started at 9 o'clock, you're telling us no, people are in a queue dealing with logistics of entering parliament. When the meeting starts at 9, you don't arrive in parliament at 9 and expect that you'll be led through. So that was just another example of a CETA that does not want to account. If that's how you treat your people there in the CETA, here you are not going to do it. When we say the meeting starts at 9, board members, the meeting here starts at 9. We're not saying you must get off here at 9 or arrive in, when you know that you don't enter in parliament without being registered. It's not the first time you come here. You know that for a fact. When we arrived here, Honorable van der Walt, when I arrived at 8:30, Services SETA were here at 8:30 because they knew the meeting started at 9. They had to arrive on time because they knew they had to go and get their accreditation to enter here. So an excuse of a board member, an executive member of Construction SETA arriving here at 9:30 and were told, no, there's a queue. What is that? What is that? It must be the last time that this thing happens. And we must not disrespect these members and tell them they don't know what they are doing. Must never do that. That subliminal message, let me explain to you how these things works. You think they don't know what they are doing? Must never disrespect these members. It must be the last time that such subliminal messages make rounds, especially in our meetings. Can say them there in your houses, not here. Must not disrespect honorable members who, by the way, your funds are voted for by these members, vote 17. They have every right to ask you how you have used it. I've said it when I was opening the meeting. We're going to write officially to the minister and the department DG, acting DG, that there must be no trip of, what do you call it? What do they say they wanted to go do there? Benchmark. There must be no, what are you benchmarking when your term of office has ended? For who? There must be no such a trip. We're going to write to the minister and the DG and tell them, you are not going to use public funds for such things. And I don't think, seated here, it was false that the trip was either 4 million or each member was getting 250,000. In fact, we're going to ask you, CEO, on that, what do you call it? Draft. You are saying it's not official, it was a corridor arrangement. You must go and tell us how much were those SNTs per member and how were they calculated out for those number of days and those number of countries. You will see that it is, if it's not more than 250, it's very close to it. I don't think it's a lie. So don't come here and say, we're calling you here because of corridor talks. It can be. It can be. So I thought I must just make that comment, colleagues. I have a number of questions, but before I go to them, I'm going to note members. I'll start with Honorable Khakau. I'll come this way, one by one, coming this way. Honorable Khakau, come through.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, good morning to yourself, and thank you for your patience with me and acknowledging my challenges, although I think the GNU works really well with the Western Cape as a perfect spot for benchmarking on anything related to governance in the country. But yeah, good morning to yourself, good morning to co-honorable members and DM Gondwe, Ndate, and everybody else who is represented from both SETAs. I always struggle with observing protocol because everybody is so important and everybody has a title, and then like you get in trouble for not saying hello to the correct person in the correct order. So in that fashion, just protocol observed, Chairperson. Chair, there are a number of issues that I think are important for us to note. So I will start with the Services SETA. Chair, this is not the first time the SETA is presenting before the committee. And I know we have been at pains in the previous administration trying to get people to make sense of the kind of presentations that they bring before the committee. So for me, it is not enough to just have a what they would term a high level presentation with no meat to what it is exactly that you are doing to correct findings. So if you are going to present that you have audit outcomes and resolutions that you still need to work on, but you're not presenting to the committee on how exactly you're going to do that, it defeats the whole purpose of why you are here to account to us. Because the problem is not that whether you know there's a problem, because surely you do. The problem is whether you know how to fix the problem, whether we as a committee will have confidence in your ability to resolve the problem and to advise accordingly on how to do so. And you see this in the presentation given, for example, I just want to go back quickly, Chair, on the briefing on the commitments. What kind of commitments are they? What is it that is specific to each commitment that is a problem? The ICT governance, the same principle there, the non-compliance and the new issues. So that detail also gives us as a committee an opportunity to fairly engage with the CETA on shortfalls. And although the Auditor General's document would be able to list those things, it shouldn't be a case of annexure next to the next annexure and the next annexure, because it defeats the whole purpose altogether. So that's just my recommendation moving forward, because it's very also easy for me as a politician to assume that if that is not done like that, that the intention of whoever the presenter is just to marinate us and make us look like they are alive to something that they actually did do. So I don't want to jump to that conclusion, so let's correct that. But then specifically, Chair, on the questions that I want to address is this. When you look at and I think it was raised on the other CETA, actually, the issue of legal matters, but this now didn't raise it. But there seems to be a consistent problem across CETAs and their relationship with legal firms. We know that there's an outsourcing of legal matters within that CETA. And there has been a whole lot of money, over 300 million rand, that has been spent on legal matters that have been outsourced by this particular CETA. And so the question is, why do you opt for that? What is it that is inherently destructive within the internal operation of the CETA that does not afford you the constructive ability to deal with legal matters yourself? So I want to understand that, make that make sense. And also, while you're at that, it was also very interesting to observe who the law firms are. And there must be a justification, Chair, of why those law firms are chosen over the others, with attachments of outcomes and performance on which particular legal matters. So if law firm Karabo Khachau has been tasked with the dispute between Chairperson Letsie and Secretary Kabingesi, but then law firm Maseko is tasked with another, that clarity, make it make sense. That will then give us a clear picture of which law firm actually achieves what purpose, at what gain, for what cost. So that must be important, Chairperson. In writing, I think that would be clear. That would be very important for us in our work moving forward. The second issue that I want to deal with, Chairperson, is on the appointments of the executives. So the problem here is, and this is not just a Service SETA problem, this is an every SETA problem. So when you find yourself in a situation where appointments of the chairperson of the board or any other executive has been found to be irregular by the Auditor General, and the findings there have not been remedied, then automatically it begs the question of what is the purpose of us having findings if we're not going to remedy them? And if we're not going to remedy them, what is the intention there? Are we complying to the calls for audits just for mere performance and a rubber stamping exercise to tick a box? Or do we actually want to achieve something here? So that's something that must be done. And I'm asking this with particular reference to Stephen de Vries. So that must be clear to tell us that, I mean, we have multiple reports that have been made, that have been attached. We have the NSA report, the Public Protector report, the AG report, and there are two Public Protector reports there that need to be scrutinized around these things that have not been adhered to. And beyond just the remedies provided, when you track the order of actions within the CETA on how they move one person to the next post with the same salary but same problematic behavior, then you are creating a rot within the institution. Because ordinarily, if Karabo is not fit for this chair, and her problem is not because of her ability to sit down, or her problem is not because the chair is not comfortable, but the problem is inherently attached to her ability to sit down. Don't move her to the chair next door because you're still going to have the same problem. So there must be justice there, clarification on why that is a problem there, right? So that is one chair on that. And then secondly, on the same problem that I need us to look into is the department also has to be responsible. The DDG responsible for these SETAs must also be able to take accountability, because there's no way these things are happening and there's zero clarity within the department that they're happening. The monitoring responsibility of the department, they must be tightened, because if you're not tightening them, you're also guilty of allowing the rot to happen. You're guilty for not affording the institution or the entity or the CETA with the necessary kind of direction and leadership for self-correcting and progress. So also, Chair, while the CETA responds, the department and the DGG must report to what steps have they taken to try to fix the mess. What recommendations have been there? What recommendations have been there, and what consequence management steps or proposals have been there, with clear set out timelines and specifications of improvement with clear timelines there. And if those don't exist, then equally the DDG must be charged himself. Is a problem. Do you get? So that's just beyond just the political problem. The other thing, Chair, that I want to deal with there, and I still beg for your lenience, Chairperson, because there's a lot here that is wrong. The other thing that I want us to look at here is on the audit outcomes. Chair? Thank you very much. The other thing that I want you to look into, Chairperson, on the Services SETA, I want to know, why has it been difficult for the board to hold the executives to account? Why? If you can give me an answer, it is difficult because Mokete's Banban is politically connected to Mokete, therefore I can't deal with Mokete. Give us an answer. Or it is difficult because I myself, there's a conflict of interest because I am guilty of the same thing I am supposed to be holding to accountable. Or I am unable to do so because I myself am a beneficiary of that which I'm supposed to nib in the bud. So there must be clarity as to why are you unable to do so? Why are you unable to hold people to account? Equally, there must be a motivation that is given to perpetual failures that have been observed within the entity itself. So if the board is able to work on a strategic plan and able to influence its KPIs and the APPs, that do not match remedy, then they must motivate why the declaration of delinquency is not there. And why the strategy then is not geared towards leading a healthy organization. And then the other thing, Chair, is on quickly I'm taking notes here, Chair, on the projects, the construction of skill centers that we have seen across provinces. There must be a report that must clarify the functions of these skills, because there are concerns about whether they are operational, number one, and two, whether the cost attached to their construction justifies the purpose of construction, with also a clear assessment of who those contractors have been. Then that way we're able to clearly trace the problem of these supposed skill centers in each and every province. And there must be a clear also outline and report, Chairperson, on the beneficiaries of the skill centers themselves. How many of the people that have been supposed to use the skill centers have been able to benefit well? Are we able to trace them? Where are they? How are they then impacting the economy in a way that we want them to? So that's just that. And then Nahau, I don't know, Chairperson, whether Nahau in the Services SETA was trying to mute themselves around what they're presenting. Because one, when you look at the presentation they gave us, I don't understand why it was late. Because there's no meat to justify anything critical within the presentation that would have warranted lateness. And let me tell you why. If you are going to give a diagnosis of a problem on enrollment without a clear indication of why the enrollment identification is a problem, and if you're going to break down that there's a wellness problem within the institution and that workers are not okay, but you're not tracking down the roots and linked them to the environment, then you're not giving us much room to work with here, because it's easy. If you say there's a wellness problem, is it because personally Mojolo Wanyesa at home? Is it because what is it about the environment that warrants concern for wellness that needs to be remedied? That way, even the type of recommendation we have of the wellness culture is linked to the environment itself. The same problem with enrollment. When you call for the review of the executive and the board, there must be clarity around why you are calling for the review of the board. What is it that you have observed as workers to be problematic about the executive and about the board? Why must this committee and the Republic of South Africa be concerned? So Jay, that must be clear, Chairperson, moving forward. Now let me quickly deal with construction SETA. I love, Chairperson, that you dealt with the disrespect and the arrogance of the board, Chairperson. I certainly do not. I think you touched really well on how, as members, we are accountable to the Republic. But even the board chairperson himself, the pact that he leads, and the executive are accountable to the Republic of South Africa, because the funds that they operate with are funds of the Republic of South Africa. So it is incredibly disrespectful for any man to come and tell us, because so it can never, ever, under any circumstance, be that any entity, any representative of any public administration of the Republic of South Africa is audacious enough to question why they must account to Parliament of the Republic of South Africa on how they are spending the money of the Republic of South Africa. That can never be a thing that must be tolerated, not in this committee, not in any committee, not under the existence of any parliament of the Republic of South Africa. In another banana republic, perhaps, but not this republic. And on that point, if you are going to go on a benchmarking exercise, and I think Mema Sako will touch extensively on the proper, I'm just gonna do the overview. The people who are going on the benchmarking exercise matter. The board is not responsible for the core functioning of the CETA. The executives and the staff component are. They are the people who are responsible for the execution of the strategy. Therefore, I don't see why the board must go on a benchmarking exercise. And maybe I'm myopic in my thinking, but it is not the job of the board to go and benchmark because it's not their job to enact. Their job is to advise. Equally, if you are going to go benchmark, because the script is very clear that they want to go benchmark on construction best practices, the countries that have the best construction practices are France, Spain, Sweden, China, Germany, the US, and the Western Cape government. None of the places that they're saying they're going to, that was just on a lighter note, but none.
Because I was going to speak about George.
But none of the places they're going to, your Dubai, your Saudi Arabia, all of there's no best practice there for your mandate. So to me, you're going on a holiday for 21 days. Actually, you know, like I might find something about students there somewhere. But there's nothing about those areas that have been identified that justify why you want to go there. And if there is, then maybe we are the ones that are out of touch with the realities of what construction looks like in a successful way. So that does not make sense at all. They can even go to Switzerland, that is low on construction, but very high on the relationship between qualifications and employment, because that's what they're supposed to be concerned with. So, man, and there's history that has shown in Hansard, and I think Abingezi would also have minutes of the previous administration meetings that were had with the same CETA that have highlighted that the same CETA is a problem. There must be placed under administration, actually. The leadership has shown itself to be lacking of capacity to not only reimagine itself, but to 100% deliver its mandate. And you can tell there's a problem. There's a mismatch between that which we are supposed to be doing and that which we are doing. Because again, going back to the disrespect, you can't be so concerned about going on holiday that that is the basis of your entire opening remarks as a board chairperson to a portfolio committee. That it's your job is to give us your mandate and to correct. That can't be such a sore point. I mean 250,000 rand is a whole lot of money. So I mean, it's a sore point, yes. But it can't be. It cannot be. Because while it is true, Chair, that we are concerned about what is happening in the media, that is not the fundamental principle behind why the Services SETA must come and account to what is going on. There's a whole lot that is wrong around the governance within the entity. There's a whole lot wrong that is wrong about their financials, and the Auditor General has spoken to that. There's a whole lot wrong about the APPs and how their outcomes are aligned. So in general, there's a problem, but I think members will deal with that. Just quickly on how I'm happy, Chair, that you asked for in writing to supplement the writing request. Be it clear. So the suspensions, list the suspension to 1 to 12, reasons for suspensions, deviations to legal practice and laws. So that we're able to track the act there, what was the violation, what is wrong, and we're able to remedy. The same problem with the executives. If you're going to say there's a dictatorship and the executives don't know what they're doing, or the CEO, clarity. on why there's Trinity there. The same problem with the procurement. So if you're going to list that there's a 6 million biometric system, yeah, co-invest, but we still haven't delivered, and there must be proof to say, when was but then it wasn't there. The same principle with the 30 million company with 1 experience visits versus 40 million company with 13 experience. Give those clarities there. And that's why then, Chair, I think this is an excellent learning curve for trade unions or unions that when they come here, that they must be prepared, because the concerns may be legitimate, but would be watered down by the approach and the submission that hampers our ability to support you in a way that is important. I'll make it rest there, Chair.
Yeah, I gave you 25 minutes. Because you asked for leniency. Others have not asked for leniency, so it won't be 25 minutes.
Chair, I feel like you are directing that to me.
No.
I feel attacked, and it seems it's a order of the day today.
It's
I
GBV.
hope you are not falling to that trap.
It's GBV. Are you accusing me of GBV?
I don't want to go that far.
No, come in, Honorable Maseko.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, before I start with my questions, I just want to highlight one thing. I think some of us have been legislators for more than a decade. And in that decade, I've been a member of the SCOPA. And one thing that I've always appreciated with the officials, or some of the officials, it has been the respect that you give and receive, you know, that relationship between the legislators and the officials. And the reason being the understanding of you can't bite the hand that feeds you. We sit here approving the budgets for implementation of what we anticipate to be service delivery out there for our constituents. Now, if we are going to get where we allocate the money, and then you get an official or a person very comfortable enough to come and say to me that you don't know what you are talking about, it's an unfortunate statement that I think it will be, it sort of triggers something in me that I really have to go deep to find out the audacity of saying that to me. Where does it come from? Because definitely it cannot be that I approve your budget and you say to me, I cannot come to you and tell you why the media is saying that you are going to Dubai. Now, I'm going to unpack that one. When coming to the department, there is a strategic plan that they do have. And then there is an annual performance plan. Most of the business plans from the entities, Chairperson, it goes on a yearly financial plan. But the department with a strategic plan, there will be the projects that run for years. Now they will take the business plan and give the allocation based on what is going to happen. Now, I ask myself, if you're going to do benchmarking in Dubai or Singapore, how is it going to benefit the students here or whoever that has to benefit from the SETA? and the motivation for that, because the business plan, under normal circumstances, it indicates that I'm going to take an international tour. And if that's the case, that they did put that in the business plan, why did the department approve that? Because I tend to believe that the questions had to come from the DDG or the CETA to say that this is going to happen. And I think it's one thing that also the department have to talk to us to say that in their business plan, does the CETA itself have the responsibility of going for benchmarking? Because when we approve the budget, we approve on the APP with what we see is going to happen as the members, because we'll ask the questions of saying, why Dubai? It doesn't make sense to us of why Dubai. Now you do have another one of that I've learned throughout the years in SCOPA of the discretionary funds. That has been so many at times abused. I was a councillor. I was in the legislature. I'm here now. The discretionary funds have been a problem. That's number one. Number two, usage of the consultants have been a problem throughout. And it's like everything that I've learned in the past years when coming to SETA now, it's what we are hearing, it's happening. It's like they picked up everything that it can be wrong when coming to the financial principles and grouped it and said, we are going to champion doing the wrong things. Now, it doesn't make sense when you come to the members where you have to be honest about the challenges. We are not going to be here to be the law enforcement, but we are here to be enablers of things that have to work, because we've got the responsibility that is to make sure that you get to do the ease of doing business out there. We are not the police to say that, why did you do that? Why didn't you do that? And you don't have a responsibility of coming to us and trying to draw a very beautiful picture when you are not an artist. Because the artists are the people that have to receive the services out there, that have to say you are delivering. Che, it's so sad to really have an entity that argues with the Auditor General about their outcomes. But on the opening statement saying that, no, everything is honky-dory, we are doing perfectly great. Because Auditor General look at the financial principles. You follow them, you get a clean audit. They don't argue with you. It's as easy as that. Immediately, if there's something that you didn't do correctly, then that they're going to question. And to an extent that sometimes it's just supporting document that you have to give. Then you get a clean audit. You don't have to convince the members. You just have to do the right thing, and you are not going to have anything that is outstanding. Now, if you do have compliance that is there, if you are doing the monitoring, if you are doing evaluation, and if you are making it easy for accessibility of the information that you say or whatever that you say you are doing, because we need transparency in this government. We need this transparency. And I've been here for some few meetings. One thing that is important is transparency, because the beneficiaries, it's not us that are in here. Beneficiaries are the kids out there. And I am just, it's just sad. I mean, I've got my firstborn is 35 years, my secondborn is 33, and then my lastborn is 25 years. They have never been beneficiaries of this, but they do have friends that they sit and then we have a chat. And then when they talk about the challenges, you get to wonder, am I going to be part of that system that is failing the kids or not? it's high time, Chair, that we are going to sit at the standing committee and do the due diligence of how much are we paying these responsible officials that have to do service delivery, but they get to be empowered more than they are supposed to be, because it's like we do have, when a person comes in the standing committee in Parliament to tell us about the labor law, how much does it protect me? That is a problem. Because we are not here in the business. So there is a standing committee of labor. If you want to question or if you want to sing praises for the labor laws, go to the standing committee of labor. Here we are saying we allocated the money. Does it really pay dividends? Or we need to add more to that? The adjustment budgets are coming. Or we need to say shift that to do something about the extra that we are going to give. And you come and you want to justify what you are doing wrong, because I still have to hear something that you are doing correctly for today. I didn't hear anything that you are doing that is correct. So I'm going to allow the members to be specific about the issues, but the principle is this. Please, we allocated the money. We are not dumb to allocate, not to be able to can hold you accountable. And we will make sure that we hold you accountable and you are going to give us the answers. If we have to summon you to come here, we will definitely do that, because also we are empowered to make sure that we do that oversight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseko. Your last born is the same age as me. On a lighter note, Honorable Khajani.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm going to be as quick as I can to give my other colleagues an opportunity, but I want to also just stand in favor of what the previous two committee members have said. I'm in agreement with everything that they have said, and very serious issues that were raised, but also to note that the committee is here to do oversight and to be respected as much as we give respect to the other members. I will deal with this construction SETA loss. I'll start with the Services SETA. When they ask or they talk about the task of the issue of human error and that the systems will be automated, can we please have a proper explanation about that, so that we don't sit with a situation again where we are giving money, but we cannot see where it's going. In the issue of the letters, there were 1,828 entities that have not been cleared yet. Letters were sent to 1,791 entities. That is close to half of them who were non-responsive. I then want to know, what is the effectiveness of sending these letters if there are entities that are still not reached? What are the alternative measures that have been put in place for these letters to reach these non-responsive entities? Why was there also not a task team put in place prior to having sent these letters? On the issue of the consequence management, there was sourcing of documents. Then CETA had a security attack on the server. Information was lost. What kind of information was lost? What is being done to have it recovered? We heard about the recovered information, but what about the information that was lost? Can we also get clarity on the DG payment above offers to lead employers? This does not sound good. And what is the nature of the warning letter that was sent to these employers, and what are the steps that are to occur after? The resignations also that were pended, how are they solving the issues? What are the measures that are being put in place in order to prevent that these exorbitant costs and losses are not occurring again? The entity also, they have also stated that the entity had started commencement before. How can they start commencement before? How does this happen, and who is to be held responsible for allowing that? At Nahau, they have said that in the past 3 financial years, there were issues on performance that for the board that it was called. What are the core aspects of these performance issues? What were the criteria to say that these were underperformed, and what was the target that was set? Also, now has mentioned that they now have an opportunity to visit the provincial offices. What is it that made them not be able to reach them prior to that? On the issue of setting the target at 80%, I would like to ask why the targets are not set at 100%. When we set a target at 80%, this could have a negative implication of only performing on an 80% level. On the monitoring and evaluations, including the workplace approvals, they mentioned desktop monitoring and that there is an issue that there needs to be extra monitoring what is being done so that that can be issued. The dismantling of the artisan unit in operations, I'm in agreement to say that this was not a wise decision as this is a scarce skill. So it's very concerning that that would be dismantled. The policy reviews and compliance, the issue there was raised that policy approvals happen on an irregular basis. One day it's this and the next day it is something else. Is there a way that we can find out why it's not being streamlined and who are the people responsible for changing them at an irregular basis? On the QCTO, it was identified that only one learner was certified and there is underdevelopment in this area. What is the delay for them to write the exams that only one learner can be certified at one time? In the post-COVID-19 labor relations, there was the issue of wellness of employees, including bullying in the workplace. And I note that my colleague earlier had asked what kind of issues in terms of environment that is not conducive for the employees. From what I had heard, it was bullying in the workplace that has an effect on your performance and your health. And I would think that that is because of stress related to not knowing if you are employed one day, suspended the next day, or if there is a dismissal. What is the implementations in order to assist the employees? And if you do have a Department of Wellness to assist them? In terms of the economic challenges, what are the economic challenges that are being faced because it was not clarified? And now I would like to come to the construction SETA. I would also like to add on to the fact that our chairperson and my committee members have already stated that the opening remarks from the CEO was rather unpleasant and quite uncalled for. I think that these remarks have made us even more enthusiastic in order to do our jobs of oversight in conjunction with the department. This was actually the opportune time to explain from your side against these allegations, and yet the response was rather distasteful. I'm going to reiterate what my colleagues have also said, that it was noted that there are benefits to be derived from the study trip. There are 3 bullet points. For so much millions being spent, 250,000 rand per employee for 3 bullet points. One of them stating strengthening international. What does this entail? Strengthening international what? The other one says formulating strategic insights. With what kind of strategic insight are you going overseas already if you are to gain all the insights overseas? Are we then saying we are incompetent in South Africa? The other issue I would like to touch on is that they said that the CETA AA spent the first 6 months in office processing the forensic reports and also implementing some of the recommendations, including consequence management where recommended. Who does the recommendations? And if we can have clarity on that. The SCM processes have also been made more stringent. It is noted that they are now fully aligned with the National Treasury regulations. May we kindly get an update on what way they are now only being aligned with the regulations of National Treasury and why these processes were not as strict and stringent as they are supposedly now from the onset. There was also a dispute based on differences in the approach and the conclusions reached by AGSA. Insufficient appropriate audit evidence. I would like to know from the SETA, what is the evidence that was provided And what has made you say that the evidence that was provided from AGSA is insufficient? And then I would just like to finally conclude with the feedback that we received from Nehau, from the lady who spoke last. It is absolutely shocking to hear what I have heard today as a female. On allegations of intimidation and bullying, I would like to thank you, ma'am, for speaking candidly. I did see you shaking myself, and I thought this must be not only from what you have experienced at work, but also because you have a fear of being suspended. The request for the oversight on the law firm at CETA that you have mentioned. The law firm that was to deal with the matter, according to the lady who had then came and made a statement, is supposedly in cahoots with the CEO. As my previous colleague had said, we would like to see who the law firm is and when this appointment was made. There were also 12 suspensions since the appointment of the CETA CEO. We would like to see the reasons for suspension of each member that was suspended. The executive manager of strategic support also wrote to the board about intimidation and harassment and has since not been able to be assisted. We would like to see the letter that she had sent and ascertain what has been done since then. Now, who also secured the procurement issues of 131 million rand of irregular procurement because of interference from CETA. On that issue, we would like clarity. And then on the final issue, which is quite sad, which links to the same issue of the lady who had then penned her statement today. The whistleblower who had allegedly been charged for whistleblowing, for speaking out on the truth. What is then the purpose that we sit here in Parliament, if not to seek the truth in its truest form? We would like to know who the whistleblower is and on what basis this person has been charged and when they were charged, because of the allegation of gross intimidation, again from the CEO of Construction SETA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think colleagues have asked a lot, so I'll just be brief. Chair, managing these institutions, normally it needs a cool head. So you deal with all sorts of things. Some of them are far complicated than you think. But when you're in this situation as executive, the chair, you need to have cool heads. Otherwise, you wouldn't distinguish which way to go, how to manage issues. So there is a battle as well in the media. If you've managed big institutions, you know, there are service providers that are having a big muscle financially, and some are bullies, some are not. Hence, it's important to make your point clear and put the cards on the table and be as open, as transparent as possible when you do these things, so that us as this committee are able to distinguish which is which, who is who, what's happening. So mine, Chair, is not a lot. I'll start with the Services SETA. It seems like on the Services SETA for years, the management below executive management of SETA has been looking like it's much more stronger than these ones who are given contracts of 5 years or more. There seems to be a good bottom-up approach flashing out the executives and all the top layers and the board need to look into that. Otherwise, you will be a useless board or a useless executive. You will come for 5 years and you leave institution as you found it. As a board, you will come as well. In my other experience, there were executive management which tells you, these ones, they're here for 5 years. We will manage them. Their 5 years is going to finish now. We are here for 20 years, for 30 years. They have roots. They've entrenched the institution. They even know where the cat sleeps, in which corner, what time. And when are you here for 5 years? You come in, they manage you out. You come in, they manage you out. If you are a board and an executive that fails to manage the managers below executive, you are a useless CFO, you are a useless CEO, you are a useless board chairperson and the board. You don't know how to clean institutions or run institutions. That's the biggest challenge with Services SETA. The contracts that are over 3 years, why is it difficult to terminate such contracts? And if you can clarify the number of those contracts that you have and why, especially these contracts. I think the other thing, Chair, that we need to look at, I don't know whether the higher education has this in the policy or CETAs. There is something strange. If you have a lifetime in an institution of 5 years, why are you getting involved in contracts of 6 years or more? You need to have contracts that are within your lifetime. If I'm given a contract of 3 years, I must not be allowed to get involved into a contract of more than 3 years, because it means I'm passing my liability to people who have nothing to do what I came here for. I think there's somewhere where legally or legislature where we need to try and find how can we control that. You can't come to an institution for a contract of 3 years and you get involved in a contract of 20 years or 10 years. It must not happen. I think we need to find a solution to that. I think, Chairperson, on your presentation on slide 13, you spoke about consequence management. On consequence management, there was a line there that says no official was found responsible for that. Explain what does that mean? You can't have a wrongdoing and there's no one who did it. And you can't find anyone who did it. There must be someone. These contracts, they don't run themselves. They don't sign themselves. There is one signature there that needs to be held accountable, and the consequences management need to apply to them. There must never be a line that says no official was found responsible for this. It doesn't make sense. And if you can explain what does that mean, but to me, it doesn't make sense. And the other one, it says the responsible official is no longer employed by the Services SETAs. We need to start looking at chase them wherever they are. Because where they are, because of this contract, they are living large. Their sins need to follow them to their houses, to their garages, even if to their 6 feet underground. If you are dead, whatever asset they've left for your kids, as a human being, if you've done wrong, my kids have to suffer for that. I can't do wrong and die and my kids live in luxury because I've done wrong. The consequences, there is biblical term. I'm not a church person. I don't know, the sins of the fathers fall to the whatever. There is that element. It's biblical. It's not something new. So I can't do wrong and then blessed my kids for me dying and after doing all those wrong. There needs to be something of that nature. Acting CEO's presentation, you spoke about if an employee is terminated, the termination process does not kick in immediately. Explain how is that and why, what kind of HR systems are you using? When an employee resigns now, they need to be terminated immediately. They can't be employees when they have resigned. Because now we're going to go further to say, in the next month, it means you're going to pay this employee a salary because he's still on your system and he's not terminated immediately. So if you can clarify what you were meaning about that, so that we avoid the cost employees as well, people who are earning salaries when they're not on the employee of the company. Reducing contracts from 4 billion to 2 billion. I think this is an excellent work, CEO, for reducing this contract. What we'd like to know, how long did you take to do that reduction? And how long will it now take to still reduce them from 2 billion now to at least less than 1 billion or even half a billion? If you can give us an expected period. Because I think Services SETA's revenue is over 1 billion or so. Having a contract that is more than your revenue, it doesn't make sense. So look at, explain to us, how did you do to reduce them? How long it took you, and expectation now of reducing from this 2 billion to at least over half billion, so that we know the expectation. I think that's all from the Services CEO on how Services SETA, with the employer and the employee, the pooling by executive, the number of employees being hospitalized and therapy seeking. What will ask there from the executive? You guys must go easy on your employee. They are human beings too, like all of us. We can't have the number of employees being hospitalized, seeking therapy. It means you're not being easy. And I'm not a defendist of employees as well, or executive. I know it's always a tussle between the two. It's a pull and push. And it just manage your employee correctly. When you measure yourselves on how you manage your employees by these things. I think there's what in companies they call it wellness programs and all those stuff. Have those things in place. Measure yourself as a company with what the NEHAW is saying. Are you seeing a lot of employees seeking therapy, getting into hospital? Then there's something wrong. Your hand is a bit too tight. Try solve it. Increase even some tools for the staff to manage their difficult life as well, while being employee. And then on construction SETA, I think CEO, in all earnest, I think you are not doing well in managing your SETA, especially the stakeholder management. I think you are dismally failing on that. With the explanation you are getting, there seems to be too much havoc in the SETA. It clearly says between you and the unions, there's a failure there. I remember on your new time of arrival, there was a huge issue about security contract and back and forth. Manage your stakeholder very well, and then you will see the light of the day with these SETAs. The havoc you will get, it's because of failing to do your stakeholder management well. Chairperson, it seems your SETA is especially this SETA has seen a lot. We know the SETA previously until it was put under administration, there were issues as well with the previous chairperson, and it goes on and on and on. So hence, in my introduction, Chair, I said this SETA, construction SETA, it needs people with cool heads, where you see that here I don't touch, I leave it. Here I must back off. You need to be soft and to know the do's and don't, and to be able to hold yourself on other things. I can't, because the SETA can't be in a havoc the previous term, the other term. But I'm not talking about the media stuff, the newspapers. Those are media wars until there are evidence of wrongdoings and non-wrongdoings. We are able, because I have experience of service providers which much more muscles to even by journalists in order to make their will heard in institution, in order to run the CEO and the institution. So there is that. We are aware about that, but help us to be able to distinguish between the two. We don't want to defend the rot, and we don't want to say to defend the media when we know they are bullying you. We want clarity on those things. If you're saying it's misleading media, put facts on the table. Mustn't be just lip service. Otherwise, he'll believe the media. That is that the CEO, the main issue, the ICT employees dismissed without following process, the legal firm in your office called DOCA attorneys, CFO resignation and his pension funds. You need to explain that more because there is a whole lot of those things that it seems it's hot on your table and it's a problem. Chairperson as well, the suspension and retraction of the CEO's letter, that needs clarity as well. And the other issues that we've seen as a continuous pattern in most institutions is this issue of billings, Chair, where we know how the rates in the market, square meters, rates per square meters and all those stuff. It's easy to judge those things. We know how much the selling of the institution cost and all those stuff. So you need to work around the known in the world. And you are with the CIDB as well as the construction SETA. There is rumors of a building evaluated at 24 million and sold at 45 million. Clarify those things as well. Mainly, I think CEO, it's said this is a women's month and the cost of living is too high currently. You need to know that, take that into consideration. Look at medical aid, freedom of choice options for your employees. Try to accommodate those that cannot afford expensive medical aid. Don't give them one medical aid where they can't have choice. Have them have choice. Those that can't afford expensive medical aid, give them choices to afford the cheaper one. And help our poor employees, CEO, as I'm emphasizing, the economy in the country is tough. So if you're in the executive position, you must try and desist from being insensitive and try to be sensitive that other people can't afford. And if you go to Pick and Pay or ShopRite, you no longer come out with a basket of groceries that used to come out before. So put that into consideration as well. All what I'm asking, be sensitive. To be CEO doesn't mean you are God. So you now can do as you please and be insensitive to your employees. As we see, it's not something we'd like to look from the lady of Nihao that presented here, that couldn't even present because they want to cry. It means there's pain in your institution. Stop being insensitive. Be sensitive to our people. We are asking you of that. And then how of construction SETA, I think the same thing of bullying, intimidation, and censorship. The 130 million rand irregular expenses, CEO, you need to explain that from your how people, and the Tuka building that I've spoken about. And then Chair, quickly on the AG, I think I have a challenge with AG, Chair. Sometimes when AG comes up with their outcome, it looks like they have grudge on some certain institutions. There is that as well from AG. So we've seen horrible institutions get clean audit and hardworking institutions get worse findings. And somehow AG, there needs to be, we need to know on AG as well, who looks after unprofessionalism employees of AG that audit this institution. You've seen an institution that you see, this one, I don't know how they get clean audit, but they get clean audit. And this one you say, oh shame, they're working very hard. They will never, ever get clean audit. What AG needs to clarify to us is if the institutions are not happy with AG, there's that. Who do we report AG to as well? Because there is that on AG. I think we need clarity on that, on all these institutions. I know some of the institutions you are doing very well, but there's some things that doesn't add up. I think that's all from my side, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. On the AG part, you can switch off your mic. On the AG part, we are going to have a session with the AG soon. We're trying to align our calendars. Yesterday, I met with her trying to get the suitable date. So we are going to have a meeting soon before the BRRR. Honorable van der Walt.
Thank you, Chair. A lot that I was going to ask is asked already, but I just want to start off by two things. First of all, it's very nice to accuse somebody, especially when you're angry or hurt or feel you're not guilty, and you might be guilty. So if the media, especially a newspaper that the one hit the front page about the SETA, surely you must have by now opened a case at the media or press ombudsman, and did you get an outcome? Because surely that's a remedy you should use if you're innocent on the stories they've publicized. And I know that there is very often drastic actions taken against some of these high-profile media houses. But I also want to say there was a quote made here about lies, catches up with you, whatever the case may be. But you know, where there's smoke, there's fire. And to both SETAs, I want to say also that it is very clear in generalizing. I hope I'm not generalizing all the things I'm going to say today, but there are unhappiness about the boards. Doesn't matter which SETA, doesn't matter which entity. There are always issues with the boards. And I'm telling you now that this committee is definitely, and we have submitted questions, to see how board members are elected, and when they, you know, you sort of recycle them, either in the same board, different terms, or in different boards, across different departments, etc. It's got to stop, because sometimes, and we've seen it over many years, I'm here over 20 years already, is that it's sort of a money-making thing, and you get very familiar, you're almost family in all these boards, etc., and it's not good for clean governance or business. But I want to say something, and on top of it, because I'm not going to deal with the AG, as the chair said, the AG is coming soon, and that is, at the end of the day, whatever money you received, the AG audits you for many reasons, but one of them is value for money. And both SETAs must know that I don't think you must ever try and swing a carrot in front of government's nose, because we always hear that government doesn't get enough money, or entity specifically. You do get enough money. It's the way you spend it. And if you spend it well, you are entitled to ask for more, because you will do more. But if you don't spend it well, you can't claim more money. And I know what some SETAs are doing, especially in all the education sectors, not only higher, is that because we deal with children, learners, adult training and skills development, and because of unemployment in our country, we think government will just keep on giving. No, that buzz has passed. I'm sorry. And that is why you have to be, in all instances, very clear on outcomes-based, or outputs, some people say. I say you must be outcomes-based. You have to know where you're going. Your targets must be realistic. They must not be too low. We'll catch you out too. It must not be too high. So you have to have outcomes or targets that you can reach, and you must have a mechanism to actually measure the outcomes. I mean, we've asked NSFAS the same. What's the outcomes of all these students you have if you don't monitor on what you are getting back on your investments? And I think it's a very crucial point to, if you don't do it, start doing it. But Chair, I also, you know, just on the trip, in absence of the chair, but there is a chair, you know, if the stories in the media was including places like Kenya, Egypt, UK, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, I hope we didn't intend to go to NEOM, because we will never get there in a million light years. And then there was mention of a second trip to Singapore, Indonesia, and Japan for the Services SETA. I mean, if those destinations are the truth, I would really like to know, what are you benchmarking in Kenya compared to Dubai, the UK, and where in Saudi Arabia? Because you can't benchmark, and I've been through Africa, I know Kenya quite well. So you can't go and benchmark a dream if you're not going to implement anything in that benchmark. That's why basic education, and the chair was a member, went to Finland, because it relates to our circumstance in our country. So, you know, it's very easy, and you should not blame people for thinking you go on a hell of a holiday trip if all these countries were really part of that trip. And just out of being decent, if there are so much outcry against this trip and the money that's going to be spent on it and whoever is going for the return on that investment, I think you shouldn't even go, scrap it. Wait your term out and let new boards come and do what they have to do under the auspices of our oversight. And Chairperson, I'd like to ask a few short questions. I will leave a lot for written reply. So the construction SETA was placed under administration in 2020, I think, for about 2 years. I would like to know the findings. Was it in a report? Who reserved that report? Did it go to the CEO? Did it go to the minister previously? And did it serve in front of this portfolio committee? And above all, which of those recommendations were indeed implemented and why not all of it? And may I also ask, I assume that any investigation gets paid for by the entity itself, what the cost of that was. We also know that many reasons, or most probably the toughest decision on putting it under administration was challenges regarding the pension fund. And if so, what were those and is it now solved? I actually want to know how many investigations were in both of the SETAs, if any in the Services SETA as well. And the outcomes of that, did it follow the route to be dealt with like the unions? If there was something in a board and they have members there, did it go to the unions because they're a role player or stakeholder? Same with the ministers, same with the portfolio committee, because there's lots of our money that we have to protect and decisions we have to be made in those investigations. I also read on a slide where I think you also referred to it, the previous member, there was like an overpayment, I think to SARS, which was, I think you, it could not, SARS, you get your money back if you overpay. But there was an instance where somebody paid more than the actual invoices, but it said no steps were taken or wrong amount. So how is it possible? Because half the line I could understand, but the other piece of no action taken, I don't understand at all. Yeah, I'm not going to go into it now, Chair, because I've submitted a written question while we were sitting here. It's the relationships of all these lawyers in the construction service and I don't know, companies involved, consultants involved on the cost of that. How are they related? And it's very easy for us as members of parliament to go and do a search, in-depth search for which we pay, on who are those directors or partners in those type of companies. So I'll leave that one out. I also, Chairperson, let me just not skip the ones I really wanted to ask. I'll leave that one out. The ICT, I think we picked up, Chairperson, even at NISFAS as an entity, that ICT remains a problem in this department's entities. And we sit here, and I believe from reading previous minutes and PMG reports and talking to colleagues previously on this committee, working through questions, that it is continuation. It's not solved. I can't believe it can be so difficult to solve. Either we're not appointing the right people to do the job and wasting money therefore, but ICT cannot continue. You cannot, for example, have a CEO or a staff member being suspended, but they still have access. Of course, if I'm that person, I'll try and get my stuff out of the system. So there must be some way you block that people or that person, that staff. Or you must have a company which you have a proper automated system as well, where things can't go wrong. And we spend so much money, millions, across this sector on these things. That is a continuation, as if we want to keep somebody in business. We don't get finalization on solving ICT. And I know trends get updated and modernized, but surely government can't modernize every 6 months or find a new thing. I'm also worried about high turnover of staff, especially the construction service. It means either we appoint the wrong people in that entity, or people are unhappy. And we need to know what is causing the unhappiness. And I'm not going to refer to the lady that spoke from now, but it is more and more coming forth that people are scared to talk. But people must have a right to talk. There's a constitutional right, never mind the job description and contract that you sign. So we must be very careful on who we appoint and how we treat them, as was previously said. I also think, Chairperson, that at some point, monitoring and evaluation, it should not even be discussed, it should be there. Unannounced visits is a must. I do not travel with the committee, the chair will tell you very often, because I believe unannounced, otherwise you polish the floors and put toilet paper double layered in your bathrooms, which is not why we come there. Let me leave that one out. Irregularities, it's Friday, the chair said we've got lots of time. The thing is, Chairperson, the sooner we get the lies out of the way, if they exist, and sooner start doing what we are established for, the better this country will do, and the better skills our learners and our children will have, as well as adults, and the sooner unemployment will go down. But we are doing extremely bad, and everybody, and the unions, us, CEOs, politicians, whoever we are, have got a role to play. But you will only play that role and be successful if you are doing what you're supposed to do. We're all eager to sign a contract for employment until we have it. Should not be like that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable van der Walt, Honorable Thabo. Okay, no, don't worry, I'm generous.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. You are far too kind today. It's unlike you. Probably it's Friday. But thanks for the opportunity, Chair. You know, Chair, we sit here today and listen to the reports coming from the two SETAs. And as a member of or a new member in this portfolio committee, to a large extent, I feel that the two presentations did not do justice to us, for those who are new. Because they were mostly focused on a helicopter view, or what do you call it in your terminology, a highly classified briefing or overview, of which is not doing justice to us. But over and above, let me, Chair, welcome this opportunity, as we also know the report, not necessarily saying that we are happy, of course, with the contents of the report, that must be said. Chair, look, let's have an understanding here. We are public representatives and we account to the people who have elected us. And your good selves as a committee or as a board, including the top management, you account to us. You account to us because part of our responsibility is to monitor your actions in terms of spending of the public funds. That is our actual responsibility. So our relationship is not informed by favors or whether you like me or you don't like me. It's a story for another day. Inherently and constitutionally, you are bound to come and account to this committee. I'm raising this because I can sense some level of entitlement that is informed by historical relations and protection from those who came before us. That's the sense I'm getting, and unfortunately, tables have turned. There is new management, there is a new minister, there is a new committee. I think that one had to be clarified because what we are getting from the reports is basically not what we expected. I will not mention the views of the CEO of SETA. It's a story for another day, but I can assure you it's something that will never be left unattended. Chair, I'm saying this that the report is not reflecting what we expected because of South Africa, amongst other reports, it has been indicated as the most unequal society in the world. The recent reports are indicating to us that we are sitting at almost 33% unemployment, and majority of those being young people, particularly around the age of 15 to 24. The percentage is sitting almost at 64%. Obviously, when we got into office, we got into our office with an understanding that there are challenges that needs to be resolved, and part of it is unemployment. And in line with your constitutional mandate as the SETAs, you are expected to address the issue of unemployment as a way of responding to your constitutional responsibility of broadening the skills force of the country. And we are doing this not only to address the issue of unemployment or contribute to the economic growth, but we are much more interested on skills development because it is through skills development that we will be able to alter the balance of forces in terms of economy. The ownership, the control, all these patterns, the main intention of us investing a lot of money is because we want to tilt those balance of forces. And if you as a SETA will be unable to implement your programs of providing skills to majority of citizens that are unemployed, it means that you are directly impeding us to fulfill our core responsibility, of which is making sure that we respond to the challenges of the people. She have not actually landed on our issues. I thought I must probably give that overview. I think it's safe to say that it's only me and Fasia in this committee who are located within the age group that can be interpreted as per the Constitution as belonging to the youth category.
Myself too, yeah.
I understand yourself, Chair. I understand you are young at heart, but in terms of the constitutional imperatives, you are not. I think it's important, Chair. I'm raising this because we are directly here representing the interest of those that are in majority and those that are living in poverty, those that are unemployed, those that are not located in any training program, those that have given up on the government of the day. And as a young person who's coming from a liberation movement that seeks to represent the aspirations of the people, I cannot sit here and listen to you when you are telling me stories that I'm less interested in. And you must never think that we hate you or we've got personal issues with you. Probably I must just quote Frans Fanon, Minister, my apology, and Deputy Minister, because sometimes we have learned that when you speak of things and you don't give them a proper context, there is an understanding that probably there is some witch hunt. We are told that this media articles is nothing but just a mere witch hunt. But on the opposite, you are not presenting anything tangible as a way of contradicting what the media is presenting before us, but we'll attend to that issue. Frans Fanon says that when we revolt, it's not for a particular culture. We revolt simply because for many reasons, we can no longer breathe. we can no longer breathe. Young people can no longer breathe. Honorable Karabo like saying that this thing of Mojolo is affecting young people negatively. And it's precisely amongst other reasons why Mojolo in our way of expressing our frustration, they would say that Mojolo abanyisa. And part of the contribution is the fact that young people are unemployed. Young people are not located in any center that provides them with skills. And not all young people want to be employed after being given a skill. That's why as much as you are preoccupied with your audit findings being above 80%, what preoccupies us is the impact on the ground. Is it from an actual program? How many young people have benefited? Where are those young people located? What are the discrepancies in terms of gender parities? That's why we are agreeing that it must be outcome-based. Let me start with your good self, CETA. So when we fight here, we are not fighting because we hate you. SEO, we are not fighting you, we fight the system. It's just that you found yourself swimming within a highly corrupt system. And those who understand the capitalism and its underlying systematic way of approaching issues, they will tell you that it's either you transform the system or the system will transform you. But from where we are getting now is that the system has transformed many of you who are sitting before us because you are not speaking to what we expected you to be speaking of. And that is practical programs that seeks to address issues of young people, in particular addressing the issue of unemployment. Let me go to Services SETA. You are saying that your audit findings are 22. 19 have been resolved. 3 has not been resolved. It becomes easier for us to trace what is it that you have resolved when you have indicated what was the view of the Auditor General in terms of those discrepancies. What is it that you needed to correct? What I'm trying to say is that it's easier when you have listed the finding to say that out of these 19 findings or these 22 findings that we got from the Auditor General, these are the 19 that we have resolved. And these are the measures that we have put in place as a way of resolving these findings. And these are the responsible people. But when you come to us and say that we have received 19 findings and you have resolved, you have received 20, you have resolved 19, 3 are still outstanding. What are those findings that the Auditor General have spoken of? And what measures have you put in place in making sure that you address those findings? Chair, let me go to that issue amongst other issues that we have raised in terms of the 3 findings that were not resolved. The issue of compliance, it's a worrying factor in terms of your project management and contract management. Is there any unit that deals with overseeing that project that you are implementing? Apart from the unit, is there actual project technicians allocated to a project so that they are able to play that oversight of on behalf of your good self? The other issue that is related to governance, to ICT and compliance at the same time. Are you saying that your system is so bad in such a way that even after a learner has exited the program, you are still paying that learner? Is that what you are saying? And if in your report you are saying that there was an official who did not close, for purposes of close-up reports, there was an official who did not complete the close-up report, and as a result, there was information submitted to the Auditor General that was incomplete. And you further state that it was one employee who was indicated or who was identified. I'm not sure what are you saying there, whether that employee was there any investigation or disciplinary processes instituted against that employee or not. While we are on the issue of compliance, Chair, central to the problems that are identified there, like I said, is the issue of poor contract management from your side, which leads to possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In the past, you have demonstrated an ability to resolve some of the issues in relation to the unwanted audit outcomes. But the problem about this wasteful expenditure that seems to be, in a way, not being properly managed. What is it that you are doing about it from an audit point of view? I've spoken about the action plans. Chair, going straight to your turnaround strategy. I always argue that access must speak to success. Young people must be able to access those learnerships or opportunities, but the success, we analyze it from a learner being able to be absorbed in a workplace. That's how we analyze success. Our analysis of success is not petty and narrow like your interpretation of, oh, we have enrolled 100 has passed. Where are they going from there? You are creating a problem for the state. And we have appointed you to resolve our problems. Unless you can't, so that you tell us, we must go out and tout people that are demonstrating a capacity and a willingness to resolve our problems that we are having in South Africa. You are speaking of 20,000 learners enrolled in occupational qualification. Which are those skills and where are those programs located? You are saying in your turnaround strategy, 20,000 learners to be enrolled in occupational qualifications. You must check it there, it's your first bullet. Part of your strategy is saying operationalize skills center. Deputy Minister, the other day when you were presenting the situation of skills center that are reliant on Chair, can you protect the issue of GNU here? There is an issue here. They are catching up and disrupting my things here. Yes, these centers of education and training that you spoke of, if I remember correctly, you said that most of them are reliant on schools, high schools and primary schools to fulfill their duties. And yet again, you've got Services SETA speaking of operationalizing skill center. Where are those skill centers that you are speaking of? In which province are they located? In which district are they located? Who are the beneficiaries of those? Same applies to this funding center, the center of specialization. Which specialty are you talking about? You know, Deputy Minister, I used to be a councillor there in one of the municipalities there in the Northwest, in the deep rural areas there. So every time the administration will come and present, we'll always use these jargons and, use this terminology that no, is too technical. What is it that is so technical that we cannot unpack? So you come here, sometimes they'll tell you of a high level report. What is so high level? Because you account to us. What can only be a high level to us is your financial situation or your pocket money. That is not coming from the coffers of the state. But if it is the 250,000 coming from the coffers of the state, it's our issue. Whether it came through Daily Sun, whether it came through paparazzi, whether it came through, it has drawn our attention. And when there is smoke, there must be fire or there is some witchcraft happening there. And when there is witchcraft happening there, Madam Van der Walt, you'll be able to intervene there with your underground. Yes. So we don't have an issue. We'll be able to resolve those things. Chair, let me go to construction SETA before I run out of energy. Because this one will require you to have energy. Look, Chair, both SETAs, from an audit point of view, before I get into that one is general. It cannot be that a person will resign from work after he has stolen or after the reports have indicated that his hands are all over the cookie jar. And you come before the committee and you want to tell us that person decided to resign. As a result, we cannot hold that person accountable. Huh? That thing is neither here nor there. Why is it that the law allows you to institute investigation? After investigation, the law allows you to go and open up a criminal case and recoup that money? Why can't we do that? And I fully agree with you, Honorable Member. It cannot be that some of you, your children would want to benefit from the proceeds of criminal activities. And in the Bible, Honorable Member, in simple terms, if you have stolen from the coffers of the public, we must run after you up until you die. And in an event you die, we must run after your children because they are the beneficiaries of a corrupt activity. So you must know the trauma and the psychological post-impact that you are creating for your own families after you have died or you have went to jail. Because we will still run after them. This is the state coffers. And you, comrades, have demonstrated an ability to put your hands where they are not supposed to be. So I'm saying we cannot buy that story that the person has resigned. A person has been overpaid for almost more than 4 million from your side. You are saying that you are now in court trying to recoup the money, but you are not telling us what is it that you have done with the person who has pressed enter. Where is that person who has pressed enter that the money must move from this account to the other account? Let me go to this one of SETA, construction SETA. You see, CEO, you must not be tempted and think that we are here because we don't have anything to do. And where we come from.
Put the mic, the thing is recorded there. Put the mic that side. Yeah.
All right, Chairperson.
In 5 minutes, you'll be on 30 minutes.
All right. No. I thought I must take advantage of the fact that you are in a good mood. You see, when you're in a good mood. Yeah, and in fact, we support the recommendations of an oversight, unannounced oversight. We would request all of those programs that you have spoken of in SETA, give us all of those programs, where they're located, what is the number of young people that has benefited according to your things, so that we can be able to play that oversight unannounced. So we agree with the recommendations of Nehau, even though to a large extent, I feel that you wanted to come to the party, but in the process, you decided to reject our invitation. We call it malicious compliance from an administrative point of view. You have complied by coming to the portfolio and presenting your issues, but we did not get you coming strongly in defense of the working class. I wish I could hear you speaking mostly on the working condition, but you literally refused. And part of our representation is to represent those that are coming from our ranks, in particular those that are having a left orientation. Chair, construction SETA, it is now contesting the president of the country in terms of media coverage. It has demonstrated an appetite to behave like a Madonna and be a pop star, be all over the show. And what I sense from the report of construction SETA, I get nothing but an unwarranted defense. And I feel that both SETAs have missed an opportunity. And this is what I've realized about construction SETA. Instead of you taking us on board, you chose to entertain the media. But you come to tell us that you want to tell us that we must not entertain the media, but you are presenting yourself before the board, but you are preoccupied about the media. You are not telling us of what is it that you have achieved probably in the past 2 financial years. If I was you, I would have done that part. Knowing exactly that I'm going to appear before the portfolio committee, and when appearing before the portfolio committee, there are members who are very new. How do I take advantage of that and present the good work that you are claiming to have done in the past? You are speaking of reports, the Auditor General's reports that has demonstrated that indeed the functionality of the CETA is in line with principles of good governance. That's what you could have demonstrated. And the only way of demonstrating is to say that, look, as per the budget that you have given us, we have done this project and these are the beneficiaries. That's what we want to hear from you, not these stories that media things are fabricated and so forth and so forth. You might be interested on understanding what is the rationale behind the benchmarking in other countries. No, you are still in the past. Tina, we are very forward. I support the call that not only this CETA, not only SSETA, all of these CETAs, they must no longer go on an international trip. What is it that they are going to do there? I mean, what is it that they are going to do there? I mean, these people, they are left with 4 months, if not 5 months. Where they should be, what is it that they should be preoccupied now is their exit.
That's why they're going.
That's the only place that they are left with, exit. And you might go out and claim that I've preempted the outcomes. We only bring a person back when he or she has demonstrated a capacity and a willingness to resolve problems that we are having in the country. Chair, I know we are going to be dismissed. You know, there is a serious appetite of dismissal from this committee. And I'm going to appeal to the Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers. I'm sure we are left with 6 months. And I understand the financial implications and the handover in between that it might bring if we have to take this decision. But I cannot sit in a committee and listen to a person that must account to you and ask you, why have you called me here? I can't do that. You know, when the ANC calls me, irrespective of whatever that I'm doing, I might be in the middle of IAPF doing what young people are doing in the middle of the night. When they call, I leave everything. I'll rather go and tell them that, sorry, you caught me in the wrong time. I was preoccupied with young people's things. But what is important is I'm here. People will tell you that, no, we could not come here because of others are busy. Busy with what? What is so important than ourselves? There can never be nothing important apart from us because you account to us. The reason why you are accounting to us is because it is us who are sitting in that parliamentary sitting, approving the budget that you must go and implement. So basically it is us who must oversee what is it that you are doing. Chair, all of the reports that have been presented, whether you are saying that is a national NSA report, is Godoba report, all of your reports are indicating that there are problems in the supply chain management. All of these forensic reports. And yet again, you want to tell us that there is a internal control systems in place. Why are they internal control systems in place? And yet again, we continue to have these challenges of maladministration and corruption. And I still maintain my view. I understand in terms of the legal fraternity, those who alleges must prove. That one, I understand it. Ne? But I'm putting it to you now that there are allegations leveled against this CETA. And in all of these allegations, none of you has a decency to provide an answer that makes sense. You are even going to an extent of, in a way, I believe that is a level of disrespect of saying that, no, we did not cancel the trip, we postponed it. You know, if I was in a different setup, I could have used a different language to express how I feel. But I'm saying, in conclusion, Chair, all of these disciplinary processes that you are speaking of, there's no way we are speaking of money being recovered. Either from the service provider, in both CETAs, either from the service provider or from those learners who have benefited unduly. And I'm worried, Chair, that what is then the role of the National Skills, is it fund, in terms of overseeing this? You'll correct me in terms of your abbreviations, but that institution that is expected to oversee these SETAs, what is it? Why is it that the reports are there, forensics are there, but yet again, you are not? In fact, I want to ask you, have you checked how much are these people spending on these legal firms? Have you also analyzed the process that had to be followed in terms of appointing those legal firms? Have you looked at the terms of references of those legal firms? Earlier on, I wanted to propose to you, the Minister and Deputy Minister, let's find a way. I'm not sure. I know the chair is having a problem with administration. I fully agree. Administration is too much. But I'm telling you, we can't continuously have this board overseeing the administration. They have demonstrated, what do you call this thing, constitutional delinquent.
Yeah. Very good.
Chair, as I close, because I realize that
You've been concluding.
yeah, you are. It's a way of you saying that we must wrap up. But over and above, Chair, I just wanted to get that clarity in terms of this continuous harassment that we are told of, and the legal firms that are continuously being appointed. Can we get clarity in terms of the process that has been followed? Can we get clarity in terms of how much have been spent to date ever since they were appointed? Can we get clarity in terms of those that are disciplined? How far are the cases? And what are the financial implications in terms of those who are already acting in those positions? With that being said, Chair, I unfortunately want to cast my vote of no confidence on this board, especially of this construction unit.
Thank you very much. It's been 35 minutes now. Honorable Fasia.
Thanks, Chair. You know, you're always tempted to say you're covered, but there's actually a few points that must be emphasized, and that I think must be said. The first is to effectively say, when we all entered this committee, and maybe it's also my background in the sector, you think, it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad. And then you get in, you read it, and you're like, nah, it's worse. It's worse than you think it is. And I must preface my comments with that because we're deeply committed to the sector, deeply. In many ways, it's the seat that Comrade Khabo, and I'll say comrade in this sense, and I have, is because of the very same constituency that these SETA serve. That constituency brought us here. And so we must, for them, for millions of young people who don't know how bad it is, who genuinely need us to fight for them, to understand where we are and what's going on. And I'm going to start, Chair, with the Services SETA. The first is that there's no consequence management. There's slides, there's documents, there's reports we've read about consequence management, but I don't think there's much consequence management at all. Other members have spoken about it. You can leave. And the most fascinating one, my honorable member here mentioned, no official found responsible. Now, this one's unfathomable to me because there's two potential things are happening here. One is we're protecting people. We can't find the official. Or, and I'm trying to decide which one is worse, you're just completely incompetent to be able to find who's responsible. Both scenarios of which are unacceptable and can no longer serve as the status quo. And let me also say this, sure, we are politicians and we are elected. There is no leeway anymore for mistakes, none whatsoever. And I say that because perhaps in the past we've operated with a lot of leeway and we've thought that it will be fine, we'll come out the other side. It's not going to happen. Not in the current circumstance, not where we are, because it's not just politicians whose head are on the block, it's also your heads on the block. So whatever needs to happen in our minds to make the mental shift, it must happen today, because the pressure we are under from millions of people and communities who have frankly spoken very loudly in this particular election will now also be placed on you. And I'm also tempted, Chair, to say another thing. And I think, and I mean this actually, not only do I think it's fundamental. If we are unable to serve our mandate, then we must fire everybody and start again. So when we say you're being put under administration, we're not just appointing admin, everybody's fired. You're starting again. Everybody must reapply for their jobs. Everybody must show and be subjected to a lifestyle audit. They must not only declare their, in the same way we are subjected as politicians to checks on our bank accounts, on our lifestyles, of what we do, where we eat, what properties we own, the cars we drive, the same things must happen. And we've started to do that, by the way, Chair, in Gauteng, in the health department. And we're starting to really find where the problems are because we've done that. It must not only be politicians. Politicians don't steal alone. You are always needing an official or a board member or the person who signs the document. So everybody needs to be subjected to it. And I say that because there really just is no consequence management, none whatsoever. I mean, to have a qualified audit report for the 5th consecutive term is unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. And they repeated findings. It's not like the AG said this, we fixed it, now it's a different issue this year. They are the same issue. And so, Chair, I'm not sure why we are more ashamed of the CETAs than the CETAs are of themselves. Because how do we go to communities like this? How do we go to constituent? Like, I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. I'm shocked. I don't want to say I'm shocked because then people will say that no, my leader is also shocked, but we're ashamed. And in the same way, we must be ashamed, so must you. Because maybe it's because we do door-to-doors. Maybe it's because we knock on doors. And there's a gogo there who sits in her shack crying because she has no house and nothing left. Maybe that's why we are more ashamed. But I think we need to do unannounced oversight visits, Chair. These qualified audit reports, you must tell us if you don't have the capacity to fix your record keeping or if you just want to hide documentation. Tell us so we know what we need to do to help you, so that we can assist you. If you need funding for a consultancy firm, which I never advocate for ordinarily, Chair, never. In this circumstance, if this is what's required, let's get someone in there to help you get your record management straight. It's really not a rocket science situation. Let's get in the kind of support that you need, right? Yeah, inaccurate record keeping, poor record keeping. I mean, irregular expenditure. The closing balance was 1.6 billion rand. It's not small amounts of money. It's completely unacceptable, right? Serial offender also non-compliance. I just want to make a comment also on the cyber attacks. We've been undermining it in the past. You know, when we think security, maybe it's the South African part of us, we think physical security, right? We want to protect the assets, the computer, the CCTV footage. You want to protect that, but we're not doing enough to protect our cyber infrastructure. And that is actually the new format of crime at the moment. The stealing of information, the stealing of data, the stealing of identity. And CETA sit with critical information, number one about the state and number two about people, especially young people. So we need to do a lot more investment, I think, in cyber protection. I'll say it like that. I also want to talk to the Nehau comrades for attending, and let's thank you for coming, right? Fundamentally also because it's not easy to come to a last case scenario of let's come to the portfolio committee to tell you guys what's going on at the risk also of your own jobs, of your own space. And we appreciate that because we understand that everyone, to be honest, I think everybody is involved in this cultural problem because there's a lack of accountability. We'll just keep going. We see someone gets away with it, we'll continue doing that, etc. So everybody also needs to make a culture shift. And I think we need to work directly with you now because in the same way we're going to lambast senior management and board chairs and boards as a whole, we also need your buy-in. Because when we clean up, I can guarantee you, they're not alone. They're not doing it themselves, right? So we also need to work with you hand in hand. And that means difficult conversations, difficult processes with your members to say, look, the train stops here. This is it. Because I don't understand, if 40% wasn't enough, that's why I'm speaking directly to you. I don't know what else is. So we also need to do work through you, Chair, to have a workshop, perhaps with Nehau, to also instill some fear in other people as well, but also create this culture of being able to come forward, which is not an easy thing, and to clean it up. And then last 2 points, Chair. Even if the media reports are not true about the construction CETA, there's 2 or 3 points. The first is, and everyone said this, present counter evidence, right? If you have nothing to hide, go to the media, go wherever you want to go, produce the evidence to say that's not the case, right? Number one. But number two, even if it's not true, there's a problem here. Because all the documentation, I wish I had papers to show you the files and files of things we've read. There are major, major issues in terms of how it's run. Money that just can't be accounted for, records that are destroyed or can't be found when the time comes for accountability. So there's a critical problem, and the hole in the bucket's not a hole, Chair. The money is just going through. It's like a dark abyss. And that's what we need to stop. And that's why I really do mean it when I say if we have to stop, everyone must go under administration. We fire everybody again, reapply. And again, you are then subjected to certain things because maybe that's the way we need to do it. Maybe the rot is too far gone. But of course, I don't technically believe that because we wouldn't be sitting on the side of the table if we felt that the rot was too far gone. And now lastly, just end with this. I think it's easy, Chair, to consider, I want to do benchmarking, I want to go overseas. You can justify it in which way you want. But it's easy to dissociate that decision and the money that you spend there from the gogo in a township who has nothing. It's very easy to do that. It's very easy to try and compartmentalize. But we must stop compartmentalizing because that money that you are not spending on young people or just people in general to capacitate, give it back to National Treasury. Let that money go towards the school nutrition program. Let that money go towards housing. Let that money go towards something that it actually deserves. Or find your way to do it in communities because I really cannot emphasize enough this dissociation that seems to have happened in both CETAs about what the mandate is and the role is, bigger picture, and then seeing all of the stuff on paper. So that's why I think maybe we just need to be clear that the culture of the organization needs to change fundamentally, and that we as honorable members are committed to the success of these CETAs. That when you succeed, we succeed. We have a good story to tell our constituencies. But until we do that, we're going to have to be harsh. And I said a similar thing about NASFA's, Chair. Every month, CETAs must report. Whatever we decide it is, Anele, must report and come here. Because we're going to put extreme pressures on you, so you can go put extreme pressures there to say, but the portfolio committee wants answers. And next time, perhaps, Chair, we should have the media as well, so that they also can clarify and see the same stories that are being told. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. My generosity has costed us 2 hours. Just straight to the questions. Services SETA. Based on the qualified audit opinion, because I don't think when you are responding to it, you were blunt about it. The reality is that you were given an opinion because of non-disclosure of correct amounts. Right? Non-disclosure of correct amounts of amendment in relations to the DG grants or DG commitments, and your inadequate control over accounting records. So that is where you are found wanting. Not that some SDP that you had an SLA with did not disclose. Your own records were inadequate, and you disclosed incorrect amounts. You disclosed something, and then the company had a different account. That's what the AG would have said to yourself. She also would have said to you, you did not maintain proper records of reconciliations for commitments. You did not have those records. So when I was saying earlier on, next time when you come, when we have a new audit outcome, which is coming soon, I think at the end of the month. Once we have it, we're going to bring yourselves, your audit unit, your audit committee, and we want the reports that would have said, as an audit team, as an audit unit of the entity, we picked up these things long before AG came. We wrote to the audit committee and CFO or CEO, whoever that we report to, and the audit committee ignored. The audit committee will probably come and say, this is proof that we wrote to the board and said there's a controls deficiency in the system. So that the reason why we're saying the department must do a proper assessment, and I'll close with it this one. It's precisely one to see what the problem is. Because in essence, we are tired of fellow travelers. There are board members who don't do their job of oversight. We call them fellow travelers. Tired of that. That is why we have agreed with the department and the minister, deputy minister, that before the advertisements of the next board members, all the department must have a consultancy company, an HR consultancy company, to assess all board members across all boards, all the SETAs. We want to see an individual, as Tebo, who is a board member of Services SETA. I must say, this is what I would have done as this person in this board. Because honestly speaking, we're tired about fellow travelers. Right? So we want to do a proper assessment because we are entering a new 2025 to 2030. And I want to say it now to both or all SETAs and those who are not here, that even your APPs, which are not aligned to medium-term strategic framework, which is also not aligned to NDP 2030. If you have submitted your APPs now, because obviously there was a lull because of elections, this will be the last one. The next APP that we are going to submit, the Nguban, Mabuza Nguban, I forgot we've got Bunguban by two. So the Mabuza Nguban. This will be the last one because the APPs that these entities are going to submit, are going to reject them if, for an example, we can't feel the impact that they are supposed to do. This thing of you have a target that says, I'm going to do what? Learnerships, 3 months learnerships of 100,000 kids, and then what? How is that an achievement? We want to understand that part. We want to say to us, when you bring an APP, you'll say to us, I'm going to do an ARPL that concentrate on, say, I don't know, agriculture, making an example, an artisan in agriculture, and this is why I'm going to do it. This is in line with the occupations or the 10 highest occupations in demand. You know, you are able to link that. And we want to see success. Honorable Khabo touched it a little bit earlier on. We're tired of you saying success is, when you are saying, you are aiming to achieve 90%, you have achieved 84% and all of that. Where are those people? How is that an achievement if you don't know where those people are? Having kids enter into a program, successfully registering them, it's not a success. It's a normal, it's a bare minimum. In order for you to count it as a success, you must say, under unemployed graduates, I found 100 unemployed graduates who were probably graduates from 10 different fields, 10 in each. Out of this 100, I've got 90 that are now employed because I've skilled them on 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a success. So this performance, how you qualify your performance is actually not true. You are misleading because that's not how you are supposed to judge performance. Your 84% that you are telling us about, and it's not there, you know. All you've done, all you've managed to do is to enroll people on a course, and you call it a performance achievement. It's not. How many of them actually completed even that day? You include bursaries, and you say out of 140, 140 achieved. Where? Because when we go there and tip, yes, you managed to pay for 140, but did they complete? Where are they? So how is that a success? So when you do your next APPs, we are going to be hands-on. This thing that you are, we're going to work with you, department. If it means, you know, this year, for the first time, we rejected the annual report of NSFAS. They had to bring legal people to advise us that we can't do it. It has never been done. We told them we're going to do it because we're not going to put our signatures on something that doesn't make sense. If it means they must not get money, they don't deserve it. So your APPs, when you compile them, you'll bring it last minute, I know you. You'll bring it, we're not going to fund you. You'll have to go and fight. So the workers, if you are part of those that must make sure that the entity has money so that your salaries are paid, you can't be part of those that want to sabotage the same entity. You must work with them. You must tell them, let's put together a quality APP, because those ones, they're not going, you see, these members are not going to, we're not, here we're non-partisan. More, I want a party more, ke tla ilo bua le ANC, ke tla ilo bua le DA, MK. We're non-partisan here. We're putting South Africans first. Those people that you have neglected, in this committee, we put them first. And, you know, in March last year, it's what's the date, 23. On the 30th of August last year, we had a meeting as this committee with UNISA. And listen to them how, you know, coming right with issues. And I asked them, you know, how, you know, my brother is a member of know-how, my older brother. Now I'm disclosing. The member of know-how, a regional leader in some region. And I said to them, now, hey, you know how you spoke so well. But you forgot to mention one thing, your contribution in all of these things. And I said to them, at UNISA, on the 15th of August, 2023, you disrupted graduations. You were suspended, you cried. We spoke to management and said, please, man, they made a mistake. Right after they had a first meeting with you to reinstate you, you disrupted the second graduation on the 25th of March, 2023. And I explained to them, when you disrupt graduations, what really happens? I told them, UNISA is a global institution. You have people who would have traveled from as far as Lusikisiki, Venda, Mbumbulu in KwaZulu-Natal, deep in the Northwest, everywhere. Their parents would have borrowed money just to travel to see their child graduate. You know why? Because this child would have been a first generation graduate in that family. You have denied them an opportunity to see what is it that is called graduation. And you arrive here and you tell us that you are being victimized. By the way, because we are South African citizens, the chair of NEHAO, or no, the secretary of NEHAO at that institution had even done voice notes or was recorded speaking on voice notes, telling female workers at UNISA that if those who are on strike, those who come to work, females, who are going to pay Nyobe boys 100 rands to come and rape you. That's what they had said. Voice notes, I'm sure I still have them on my phone today. And I said to them, you know how you were unpacking things? If I did not have what I have, I would have agreed with you. And I hope now, as we are unpacking issues, you don't have issues of your own. I hope now that you don't have issues of your own. Because at least when you have unpacked such horrifying things about management, management must not send us what you guys have. Somebody was talking about, I think it's Honorable Nguban, about the security term. Because there are those allegations that the reason why NEHAO was fighting is because they had interest on the security tender at the constructions. I hope that we don't have those things, because it then defeats the purpose of what we're trying. Honorable Hassan is telling the truth. You see, I hate, when I was a member of this committee, that CETA was put under administration in February 2020. They were put under, I was a member of this committee. And I begged, I said, you know, I don't like administration minister, don't put it. But when they presented issues, you know, it's very difficult. You can't go and argue against something and you don't have facts. I'm not a proponent of administration because I believe that administration corrupts. It's absolute power, it corrupts. But also when you take an institution under administration, I don't think it's enough because it does not assist the whole ecosystem. Honorable Ngubane spoke about the second layer of management. Almost all entities, that's where all our problems are. Almost everywhere. So if you put people under administration, you deal with the CEO or top management and the board, that's it. The problematic ones, they remain. And that's where the problem might be. Like I said, I do have a lot of questions. I'm not going to even go on them, but somebody, I think it's the union at Services SETA, on the people who were removed, the quality assurance of learner enrollment. You see, all SETAs, we say this almost every year. That is a concern. 2021, 2022, we had 10,000 duplicates. 10,000 people who were duplicates in SETAs. I think it was 10,006 duplicates. 22, 23, it's 23,554 duplicates. And the numbers up, I don't know, 23, 24, it's probably now 50,000. Because it looks like the number keeps on multiplying. And we had said that the Mabuzanguban, that between your office, DDG, and NSF, let's create a centralized system, an IT or ICT system where when Services SETA has awarded Gabo's skills development a program on ARPL, it's how it must happen is that Gabo must upload students, and I'm being tactical, intentional, must upload students on the Services SETA database, right? That database must be linked automatically to what you guys in the department must have, right? To avoid these duplicates and deceased learners. You know, this year we had even deceased learners, with learners with IDs not on home affairs system. Some of the SETAs you pay to companies that are deregistered on CIPC, you know, that's corruption. And when we have that meeting with the AG, we must make a commitment, because the AG, as a Chapter 9 institution, can't do anything without Parliament. So they go and audit these people for us to do something, and we are empowered by the law. If we say, for an example, we have Services SETA has paid 30 million to a company that is deregistered. Services SETA, there is somebody there who paid. So it's our responsibility, we say, department, institution forensic, quickly, we're giving you a week to give us an answer on how we are going to do it. If they're not moving, ourselves, we approach SIU, we're empowered by the law. Say, SIU, for Services SETA, they've paid a company based on the AG's report that is not registered on CIPC. Can you enter immediately? SIU, they go and do an investigation, they come back and say, indeed, and this company was paid on the 23rd of August, right? Then we say, AG, what are the controls, payment controls at Services SETA? They'll say, once a company is appointed, we have a project manager from Services SETA who must ensure that before the invoice is approved from stage 1, that person who's a project manager would have made sure that indeed the work was done. That's the first person. That person, how did they approve work done? Was the work done? Then it goes to stage 2, probably financial manager, who would have said CFO pay, CFO pay. So all those 3 people who would have paid, we open cases against them. We don't play. Immediately, hawks, they must be arrested, because that's what we must do. And as this committee, let me tell you, we're going to do it. Maybe you'll threaten others. Rona, you'll not threaten us. Rona, we're going to do it. We're going to make sure that this Mokitwa Dikatso fail. Because, I mean, the report says somebody was paid, no one was responsible. So the system is that automated. Your systems are that good when you are paying people that, but your system are not good when it must track a deceased learner that you are paying. No one is responsible. That is going to come to an end. Like I said, I had plenty of questions. I'm not going to go into them. So I'm going to, before I allow you to respond, because now it's 20 to 2. So we are now going to be forced to be having late lunch, working lunch. So colleagues, because we have food, but this one I must ask. The co-invest payment of 6 million, please write it to us. Management of construction, please. I'm interested in this one because co-invest is one of the 4 companies of NSFAS. So this one, I'm very interested on it because of that. Please write it to us. The 6 million was paid for biometric system that was never delivered. If you can, management, please give us a response, full, what you need to do there, more about more. And then any other issues, I think it's something that we can respond to because of time. We can respond to them at a later stage. So this is what we're going to do. When we come back, Services SETA are going to respond. So we're just going to dish up and come back. So whilst we're eating, you're going to respond. Then after responding, you will eat. Whilst you're responding, construction SETA can eat. And when they are responding, you can eat. But we are all going to go out quickly. By 2 o'clock, we must be back. It's 22. So we just in and out. Then I'm going to give you, we must be out here by 3 o'clock. I'm going to give you 25 minutes, 25 minutes, no, 20 minutes, 20 minutes to respond. And then the deputy minister to do a closing, and then we're going to close the minutes, the meeting. Thank you very much. We take a break, lunch quickly. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's sit down. Can you close the door there? Yeah. Okay. It's fine. Don't close it. Just tell those people not to make noise outside. Lena, did we have the minister today? Yet. I've not seen it. We will start with the Services SETA and then go to Construction SETA, then the DDG, then the Deputy Minister, then we'll close the meeting. So colleagues, we have 20 minutes. I know a lot has been said. Oh, from yourself, we'll give the union, if there were questions directed to them, 5 minutes, just responses quickly. If there are those that we have not been able to respond to, then we'll have to give them to us in writing, but Anela will write to you saying 1, 2, 3, 4 was sent to you and you could not respond to. Chairperson of Services SETA, your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much for the honorable members for the input, comments, and questions. I would like to, Chair, just quickly deal with some of the matters that were raised. There was quite a number of reports about detailed information that members requested. I think that it wasn't the intention of us to not to give full detail on our current programs that we're currently rolling out in terms of the skill centers. We specifically only responded to the questions that we received. There were the issue around the full report on our commitment register, the issue about legal matters in terms of the panel, the skill centers, where is the skill centers, what's the beneficiaries, what is the program. Those can be submitted to the committee. There was also the question about, and I want to talk about this just briefly on the issue about output and outcomes. We are fully aware in terms of the importance that we have to look at outcomes. Yes, we can put out 10,000 learners, but what happened with them? And for us as the Services SETA, we have started 2 years ago what we call learner tracer studies, so that we can find where are those students or learners, did they found a job or did they started their own business? Because we are not just training young people to find employment, but we also are training them in terms of starting their own businesses. So those studies, say we have started this, although it have challenges and it's in its infant stages, we can provide information in terms of that to the committee. Let me perhaps for now, on the issue about consequence management or the question that was raised about, it seems that the board find it difficult to hold executives accountable. We, at our strat session that I referred to, one of the things that we use in terms of holding them accountable will be the performance contracts. And hence we have highlighted that and flagged it as one of the issues that must be reviewed immediately. Therefore, we are also going to use external expertise because we are talking about the executives and the CEO to assess then the board in terms of the review of those performance contracts. And the reason for that is exactly so that we can see the issues around the audit outcomes in terms of whether those things are all within those performance contracts, whether we are putting in terms of the audit action plan. So when at the end of the year, we have to assess, we can then actually then hold management accountable. So those are what we are going to do, and that is already in process, and we will do it within the next 2 to 3 months. It will be finalized. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I may not necessarily be following any order in the areas I will be responding to. However, I will try as much to touch the most. Let me start with the course centers of specialization. This is a program that is run through the Department of Higher Education and Training with the purpose of facilitating and expediting artisan development. We have got a collaboration of employers and TVET colleges in this program. SETAs then fund the artisans and the trades that are identified in various TVET colleges. And these are then given an opportunity to do practicals in the workplace. That's why there's industry collaboration involved. So every year, we've got a budget that we allocate as per the directive from the head in terms of which TVET colleges must service SETA fund and how many learners and which trades are associated with those. It's all in serving the purpose of artisan development as articulated in the NDP. So we then report in our APP targets on how many TVET colleges and where and which specific trades that we focus into. Coming to the issue of commitment register. Yes, member, you are quite correct. We have drastically moved looking at us coming from 4 billion plus to now 2.3 billion. We applied the rationalization process whereby we're engaging with these entities and then engaging them on the basis of this contract, it's long overdue. Let it be subjected to cancellation. Where you have got new occupational qualifications, let's look into that and do the switching into new, because it would be of no value to invest on qualifications that are no longer relevant due to the fact that they are historic. And that enabled us to successfully decrease the commitment budget that was within this commitment register. Coming to the action that we have also added on to fast track now this process, because it must reach an end. And our target, by the way, is the end of this current financial year, that this remaining 2.3 billion is being cleaned out. And that's why from November, we're gonna subject it to internal audit so that they can audit what has been done and the progress that has been done. Then January, we present it to interim audit by AG, so that when then the end of this arrive, we cannot have still audit gaps into this. So having this PMU was also to assist in ensuring that we have got resources that are dedicated to this task. Financial year is our ultimate end for this being concluded. That's what we are working towards, to ensure that at least now we don't have repetition of audit findings still on commitment register. But whilst we are doing that, we are also putting in mechanisms to prevent further occurrence of this. This is through strengthening of project management, strengthening of monitoring of discretionary grant projects, which amongst others has resulted to the situation that we find ourselves in. There was a question, Honorable Member, around this supply chain register issue, whereby there were differences in signing times, and I referred to it with a lack of a better clarification to say, perhaps it could just have been a human error. When the providers were signing this register, I've got it here in front of me, you will find that in page 1, this tender was closing at 11 o'clock. In page 1, all those that have signed up until 10:46, right? And then when you move to the next page, you find now about 5 entities, 11:48, 11:49, 11:50, 11:51, 11:52. But at the end of the page, the last 5 entities signed the correct time, 10:54, 10:50, 10:59, which is the last one of all signed 11 o'clock. So you find that in between the signing by the entities that were making these submissions, time is not consistent. On a basis of probability, maybe one was looking at what the one on top have signed and just put that time. But it would have been illogical for me to make sense as to why, when you know the tender is due at 11 o'clock, but 5 of you would just sign 11:40 something in a sequence. But you have the last group signing the correct time, which is before 11, and the very last person signing 11 o'clock. Hence now we said, let's improve automation on these registers, because if they are done manual, they are subjected to a lot of errors, same like this one, which cost the organization because the audit couldn't understand this, how it happened. But that's just the register as is. We have now improved our IX dynamics and also allowing even the security personnel that guards this process to also sign, so that we won't have so much contradiction in the signing of this register. The system is going to record the exact time when the person is submitting. The security will just confirm that indeed is this time, but it's just a way of enhancing and improving this. I think one of the failures we've realized, member, is that being in the main focusing on manual processes, it defeats our quality assurance. Hence now, digitization of our work is the order of the day, so that at least we can improve and do things better. There is an issue here around the maintenance of records, the issue of weaknesses in project management, and the issue of inadequate controls. This is what has caused these huge historic commitments. It appears that monitoring, if it was done, was not effective and efficient as it is expected. Project management control was not done adequately. Hence now we have got IX Dynamics, which is a system that we have introduced, which assists on contract management. Because a contract have got a start period and an end period. If you have got some contracts that are open-ended, which don't have the specific closure, is some of the things we are picking in this cleanup exercise. And if we have got this time lapse in the implementation of the projects, even though they have got a contract date, but a provider, for whatever reason that might have occurred, didn't implement on time, and there's no evidence that suggests as to the reason why. We then went ahead, wanted to cancel this, but AG said, no, it cannot be a unilateral way. Do it with providers. Hence now we had to invoke the entity that is the contractors that are assisting us to track and trace these providers and physically go meet with them, confirm this, and get the status, and they both on the same spot sign. If the provider is saying, it's old, I'm no longer interested, or my business is no longer operational, then they sign that, because that's the kind of evidence on closure and on write-off we should present to AG. We appreciate further inputs, especially that of alignment of APP targets to the MTDP, NSDP, a National Development Plan. We appreciate that. And in these reviews that we are embarking on, as we are preparing now to submit by the 15th of September, we want to ensure that proper alignment is done. And the tracking and tracing of our learners is going to assist to, as they exit, our throughput We must be able to have a database of it and be able to track them and have information around the impact, around the returns on investment that have been done. Coming to the issue of special projects, where we are saying no personnel was found accountable when we are looking at consequence management. We had a criteria. We had the approval according to the SLA by the board, because it is stipulated there that board have got a discretion on discretionary grant to make approval of interventions that seeks to address national priorities. Some of those will be the youth issues that we are grappling with now, youth unemployment, graduates throughput that are not having work experiential learning, where we've got the work-based learning interventions and work-integrated learning. Some of these projects that are on special projects were the projects that were delivered specifically to address what came about, because if we are having a crisis situation now, we can't say, let's first go back and review the APP and include this. We need to chase it now. Hence, in the SLA, there is a clause that says board may use their discretion in approving special projects intervention on the basis of national priority. We realize that some of these cut across the sectors. That's why this becomes common across the SETAs. Because if we are looking at interventions like business startup support for the unemployed, support for small businesses, it's broad, it's for the country, it's a national priority. You cannot limit it to say, oh, it's only service sector SMME. You look at SMMEs across the economic spectrum, and you bring along even other SETAs in the spirit of collaboration and partnership. And where necessary, there are even industry parties that do come on board, other public agencies that do come on board. So you find that it cannot always be based on DG advertisement and following of the processes, because you have to treat it as special as it is, but acknowledge the fact that it cannot go through without board approval. And then we action. Where AG was coming on was to say, strengthen your criteria. It has been there, but ensure that the principle of transparency, openness, fairness is addressed in this process. We appreciate that they are of national priority. We are aware of the state of our economy, and you need to act decisively so. Some of the requests even come from government departments to say we need an intervention. So it could be, it's a public entity to another public entity to subject it to say, let it go on tender. So that was the criteria that was ensuring that it just doesn't happen from any one person's mind, but it's subjected to a paper trail process and procedure that gets followed. But we had to strengthen it. Hence, now we included this in our stakeholder engagement events. We also ensured that even our website is inclusive of this information to say entities may explore collaborations and partnerships on government national priority areas. We have DGs that we open and advertise, but we also articulate this particular area. So we've improved now the criteria. It meets the test because it has gone through our internal audit.
In 2 minutes, you've labored the point.
The skill centers, I think, will be covered as the chairperson has indicated, but I can just overall say that the purpose of these skill centers is to create access to learners in the main that are in the extreme rural areas who find it difficult to access either TVET's institutions or CET colleges. Then this serves as a supplementary add-on, value add-on to create access and success, so that when they receive education that's quality assured, it's in a proper, conducive environment than ordinarily having been done in churches and community halls which may not always be necessarily conducive for learning that does take place. But we've got the national footprint of them. In the report, we'll detail, we link them to institutions or in the post-school system. TVET colleges are the lead operators. CET colleges are the lead operators, where we deem it necessary. Case in point one in Kokstead, we realized that they were operating in a platooning system in a high school, where they will wait for school to be over to, and the adult communities come in now for classes. And then we directed them to this center that we built there in the township, Epongweni. And now the CET is operating full-time there, running classes from morning to evening. That's kind of access and success we are creating in the skills through these interventions. The issue of quality assurance, it's one of the core for each and every SETA, core business. And there is just no way it could just be crushed, dismantled, and moved. So it's built in. I think the process of OD development is dealing with those issues. Thank you very much. Let me park in there, Chair. There was quite a lot, but inputs as well.
You will write to us. So when we move, remember we're recording this session. So when you turn and speak this side and the mic is this side, it makes it very difficult for us to record you. We want you to be on record so that when we are pursuing you tomorrow, we don't say, no, we did not hear us. That's not what we said. Now, Services SETA, 5 minutes.
Chair, we caucused as the both branches, and we decided that in the interests of time, we would prefer to get the questions from Anele and then respond and elaborating on that. Just to say, if I can, for 2 minutes, on behalf of our brave shop stewards that were here today and our national organizer, thank you very much for the opportunity. We commit to make sure that our presentations are succinct, that we focus on the recommendations, and that we take the guidance from the honorable members. Thank you very much for your assistance today, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, you see now, parliamentary liaison is taking chances. He wrote to us as well saying he wants to present on behalf of the unions. We said, no, the unions must present, or the branches must present. So he's taking the lead now in responding, and he says he's saving us time so that we don't fight with him. No, thank you very much.
And I'm on record, Chair, so thank you.
Construction SETA Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. There's a saying in my culture that, an African culture, that emoshwa ngomlomo ilungiswa ngomlomo. Directly translated, whichever is misunderstood in speech is corrected in speech. There is no way I would, at least not in my humble position, have implied and suggested that this committee does not understand what it's doing, it does not know its work. If it came across as such, I sincerest of apologies. What we came to present here was to give a complete picture. And in fact, Honorable Habo agrees with me in his last comments when he says, we probably missed an opportunity to explain to this committee the circumstances surrounding these media articles and what is the real work at SETA. And that's what we're endeavoring to do. And my remarks were placed firmly and acutely within that context to try to paint a picture of a SETA that is preoccupied with work of stability, governance, and performance. And I think if it came across as if we are being defensive, once again, our sincerest of apology. At SETA, what has happened is that, and perhaps to our colleagues at NEHAO, what we'll apologize for towards NEHAO is perhaps the level and the expediency within which we didn't act to their demand of ensuring that there's consequence management of the CEO based on the allegations. But colleagues, I need to place this thing on record. The CEO's contract in the organization is far different from those of junior employees. And when we spoke about erring on the side of caution, what it means is that we had to follow the processes of engaging with the allegations, thorough, investigate each and every aspect of that, and run the process formally and legally as we are required to do. The evidence of CEOs who take boards and institutions to court, challenging their dismissals and they are rewarded, is evidence. I mean, it's self-evident in the country. We all need to err on the side of caution. But like I said, we have documented all our processes and they are open for public scrutiny and we'll send them to the office of the minister. Chair, I need to indicate that it is not really correct or factually correct that we didn't respond to the allegations made in the press. We've issued a press release, we've issued a statement, we've written to staff, we've written to stakeholders where we actually clarify and refute the allegations in relation to the issues that were raised in the media. But when the same media that writes about you is expected to be the same media that carries your apology, it gets to this point where we are, where the impression is created that nothing has been done. I must place it on record firmly that the SETA board has taken this allegation in a very serious light and has acted upon them. And by the way, Mevrouw van der Walt, there is a process which we even followed, because what journalists do when they are about to write a story, they send you what is a list of questions. But throughout this process, we've come to realize that that is usually the ticking box process, because even if you give them the factual facts, they ignore those and write their own narrative. But we have taken and we have evidence of that, and we'll send to the secretary of the committee proof of complaints that we have lodged with the press ombudsman to indicate our unhappiness in the manner in which this matters. It doesn't mean that we've been defensive, but it means that we've applied our mind to the allegations at hand. I'm going to allow my colleague, Mr. Mnisi, to deal partly with the issues related to the trip, but I do need to indicate that insofar as we are concerned as the board, we've treated every stakeholder at SETA with the utmost respect and importance, the union included. If the union views our action or inaction as a way of ignoring them, our apologies, because we've made it clear that our doors are open to the union for engagement. But what has happened in the contrary is that when correspondence is sent to the board for consideration, a few hours later or a day later, the same correspondence is in the media and there's an article. So there's an engagement on the one hand, and there's disingenuity on the other hand. And we cannot, Chair, from time to time be seen to be responding to each and every pieces of allegation. But what we need to do a comprehensive report of the issues and the events at SETA. And what do we do with that report? We transmit the same report to the branch that is responsible for our work in the department. And those reports are available for scrutiny. So it is in that context that we thought we should really come and tell the picture. And I really appreciate, Chair, on behalf of the board, the efforts and the endeavors by this committee to do what we call spot check oversights. Spot checks oversight are welcome. In fact, we would even implore and request that this committee extend those spot checks oversights to the beneficiary communities where we've done our work. In the Western Cape, in Broadesdar, is it Broadesdar? There's a center we are supporting there. Without us knowing, without us being notified, this committee is welcome to go and visit that community to assess the impact in Annen Boysen Center, Skills Center. In Port Nolloth, we were about to start an initiative in the Northern Cape. This committee is more than welcome to conduct spot check inspection. In Ngwavuma, in Ngoche, where we're initiating massive skills development program, this portfolio committee is welcome to do that, because we are proud of the efforts that we've put in place in stabilizing the work of CETA. Of course, and inadvertently, Mbovu, you have said it yourself, whilst we are preoccupied with the strategic issues, there will be those operational lapses that happens. And these things happen at management, and we are not saying the CEO is untouchable, is beyond reproach, but when we deal with the issues that affect allegations against the CEO, we have to follow process to the latter, because if you don't do that, there are two risks. Risk number one, you expose yourself legally, but risk number two, there's an impact, there's a possibility, a propensity of destabilizing the institution. We are preoccupied with ensuring that the learners which were supposed to serve, the institution that the stakeholders that we were supposed to work with have, and they find prudence and success in the areas of our work. Let me allow Mr. Mnisi just to deal with the issue of the trip, which by the way, we've also gone at length to explain. I must add, Chairperson, that that trip was not a thumbsuck. And it's very disappointing. Yeah.
Chairperson, what trip are you talking about?
There were comments and questions about the trip,
Which trip?
the benchmarking trip.
No. We said you'll write to us the details.
Yeah, I
of
think
that
we've
trip.
written the report.
No,
The
no,
report is written.
you have not given it to us.
Okay.
Yeah, and secondly, to correct you, the questions that you have asked, and you will send them to us. If you are sending them to the minister, good, but we want them ourselves.
No, indeed.
This entity also reports directly to us.
No, indeed.
So you are left with 4 minutes. I don't know what is it that you are now going to respond to. And then the rest, clearly you won't respond to everything. The rest you will have to put in writing. You're left with 4 minutes.
Then I'll give to the CEO then. to
Yeah,
deal
nothing
with
on the trip. On the
specific
trip, we have
issues.
concluded.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. I think quickly I'll highlight at high level the issues of processes of suspensions, etc. It's by virtue of policies and delegations that the CEO signs off, but the CEO does not draft charges, etc. It's handled by HR, and we do have executive for HR in the house, including even if the executive is implicated, and we take care of that. And the process of relationships with legal firm, we have no personal, no business relationship, except that it's a provider for the institution. And then I can also confirm that in all allegations that were laid against myself as CEO of CETA, when I responded to the board, I responded with supporting documents, not with just arguing statements. One of the reports that was mentioned in one of the comments is the appointment of a particular provider, 5-star, which clearly it's indicated that the bid committee set, the BEC and the BAC, they adjudicated, they recommended. And I would have interfered as CEO if then I went against the recommendations of those committees. They signed on the 1st of December, and on the date, the administrator then signed the award because it was recommended by the committees. The report is there signed by all
Please
BAC
put the
members.
mic here.
And then on the issues of the AG, the approach, yes, we didn't just argue on escalation, but we presented the facts to the AG, which we believe then that they were valid. Hence, the AG decided to re-audit because they were based on factual evidence. The forensic reports were processed accordingly in that they were submitted to the institution that were done during administration. There is a closeout report that was submitted to the department. That report also was shared with the current board, and then all other reports were processed accordingly as they were instituted internally at CETA, except the one that was instituted at the instance of the minister, which is called the Duja report, which we have no powers to release or act upon until we're instructed. So we're instructed by the minister to prepare an action plan to implement those recommendations, which we did and duly submitted last year, 31st July. And then on the issue of the pension fund, it is part of the Duja report. What we could do as management and the current board we have done in engagement with the union at the organization, and we came to a conclusion of what we can do within our powers to resolve that matter, which was including appointing all the new employees on new terms, which is 50-50 contribution, and the old employees to be on a staggered approach to get to a point where we contribute 50-50. And then where there were issues of possible refunds because of certain deductions, that matter is still under engagement to be finalized between the union and also the committees of the board to finalize the recommendation that have been prepared to be submitted in that regard. With regard to payment to Co-Invest, we'll ask Chairperson that we submit evidence, but we want to put it on record that Co-Invest was not appointed by SETA to develop any system. They were appointed to manage a biometric system, which is onboarding of the learners. It's unfortunate that it's an entity that then at a later stage came and involved in another institution, but we'll submit a report in that regard. The system was developed long before administration, and the system is in existence in its own by the SETA. It's in the books of the SETA. And then the monies that are not recovered, it is as a result where the process itself would not have recommended monies be recovered. But for institutions implicated, which are providers, they are all subjected to the recovery process. Hence, the court processes that we were referring to, that most matters and certain contracts have been set aside by the courts, and some are still in progress.
Yeah, last point. You can make one last point and conclude. The time is up. You'll give others in writing.
Thank you. Then I will then end on that note, Chairperson, that also on the issues of whistleblowers being abused, there is a process. A whistleblower must whistleblow and report a wrongdoing immediately they become aware. And in law, if you report something 24 months and 18 months after yourself, you also implicated in the same wrongdoing. That is not defined as whistleblowing. It's something else. Thank you.
Okay. You can switch off your mic. The issue that we are talking about the 50-50 contribution, is it the issue that was implemented under Ms. Pilusa's term?
The source of the problem starts from the term, and now we had then to reverse certain actions and do the right things to correct.
Okay. Yeah, give us in writing, because I know that in 2019 we would have made some recommendation that the Mabuzanguban on that particular thing, because if you remember, there would have been allegation that the decision was taken in a board meeting in Durban in 2019 or 2018. And the board secretary at that time could not produce those minutes. And so if you must give us that in writing, because clearly there's a financial implication to an institution, huge financial implication to the institution here. And would have made recommendations back then that certain things must be fixed there. So clearly somebody did not do it, and that would have cost an entity money. So we'll follow that up. Deputy Minister, you can take us through.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A lot has been said, and I don't really want to belabor anything that's been said by the members. I welcome all the comments that emanated from the members. But I do want to commend you, Chair, for your decisive direction around the cancellation of the trip, the postponed trip, and to also indicate, Chair, that I think when we had the first session, DDG Mvalo suggested that we may need to review this National Skills Development Act. I think the time has come so that we can then try and, in amending the act, address issues around board appointment and implement some of the suggestions that you've made around lifestyle audits for people that we've appointed to boards. And I think you made a good point when you said the emphasis mustn't just be on academic qualifications, but also on, the ethical competence of an individual to sit on a board. And that way we'll also avoid a situation where you find that someone moves from CETA A and then is appointed onto CETA B. But they've left CETA A under a cloud of controversy. Chair, I think also from the side of the department, DG Mvalo, we will need to tighten our oversight. And I'm making this call once again because I feel that at times we tend to rely on reports that emanate from entities, but we never go there to try and, ascertain the facts and do our own assessment. And so we need to bolster our oversight as the department. I think the time has come. We must make that cultural, and paradigm shift in terms of being a bit more proactive in our oversight as opposed to being reactive. Because I think it was Honorable Khachao who asked what steps and what recommendations had we made in relation to some of the issues that were raised here. Chair, I'm also concerned about an entity that lodges a dispute with the Auditor General of South Africa. Remember, Chapter 9 institutions draw their mandate from the Constitution. And so it doesn't send a good message. And I think that we really need to reinforce a culture of entities respecting Chapter 9 institutions and the fact that they're here to support our democracy and not to hamper it. And so I think that the session with the DG, with the AG that you were talking about, that is really a welcome session. But I would also suggest that the committee perhaps also engage with National Treasury around how it can assist in terms of tightening the guidelines around the spending of SETAs, because I tend to worry that the focus of SETAs tends to be on, I don't know whether you can call them vanity projects, such as, benchmarking trips, instead of focusing on the real nuts and bolts, which is ensuring that there's a lot that takes place around skills development. Consequence management, I was also concerned because the Services SETA, when they were asked what action did you take around the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and you could see there was very little consequence management taken. I mean, I think the only consequence management that was taken was a warning letter that was issued, and that is not enough. In fact, because whatever action is taken in terms of consequence management must be commensurate to the extent of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And I was just curious to know how much was involved as well. The allegations of bullying and victimization leveled against, the construction SETA are very worrying. Chair, and I don't think that as a department we should take those lightly, because those concern the well-being of people. And, we already have a problem in this country of violence against not only women but children, but against people in general. And so I really think we must treat them with the seriousness that they deserve to be treated with. Honorable Khabo aptly pointed out that we must not be fixated with performance targets above what is the impact on the ground, the real impact. And I think I made this call as well, that let's not be fixated with clean audits, and the like, but what is the impact that, some of these SETAs are having on the ground? And you made the point around the APPs being linked to the priorities now in the medium, in the medium-term development, I think plan it's called now, because we have 3 priorities. So we should always be asking ourselves, what is the contribution of the SETAs to those 3 priorities? I'm also concerned about quality assurance around learner enrollment. and the fact that, the system can't pick up on duplicate enrollments by students. And when the system can't do that, that means that it's potentially robbing students that could be benefiting from the enrollment from being enrolled. And then, of course, you pointed out, Chair, that you have service providers, unregistered service providers being paid. I mean, that's a big issue. Indeed, ke dumela le wena, Chairperson, gore mokete wa dikatse has to come to an end. It has to be business unusual. The normal has become abnormal, Honorable Kabo. So we have to make sure, all these abnormalities are done away with. And once again, I want to appreciate the committee for its commitment towards cleaning up where we need to clean up. We're a huge sector with over 100 entities, and we really need your help in getting things right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Maybe before we close the meeting, or maybe before I thank everybody for attending, want to reiterate that as this committee, as the Deputy Minister said, as this committee, we met with the department and the minister on Tuesday in our strategic session, and we've agreed with the minister that governance structures of our SETAs must be right. We don't get it right, we're not going to get anything right. So we've asked the department and the ministry that they must not appoint any board member until they've assessed the current ones. So CEOs, I know you might run and advertise and tell us that, no, my constitution says I must advertise 6 months before, 3 months before. This process must be done first, because these reports of these board members who would have failed in their fiduciary duty to execute what they were supposed to do, when their constituencies nominate them again, we must be able to give a constituency that report and say, you are nominating somebody who's received 2 out of 10 in the past 5 years. And that's the legacy of your constituents. We're going to do it. So just want to remind you, we don't want board members, Dr. Arons, who only contribute when they must decide which SDP gets which DG grant. But when it comes to leadership, workers crying about bullying, workers crying about this and that, the board is nowhere to be seen. When they've got a normal meeting, they probably attend because they'll get attendance stipend, but they don't say anything. So board secretaries, I'm sure the HR firm will say, give us the minutes to show us who said what in which meeting. Our candidates, honestly speaking, we can't have board members who only attend when they've been mobilized to fight for a certain SDP to get a tender, or to fight against a certain chairperson, or no chairperson wants this and that, or when we want to get rid of a CEO. Okay? So, get the advertisement. Let's do this job. Let's get the right people. Dr. Kuzwayo, the CEO of NSA, I thought you were laughing. Or can do your coffee. The Services SETA says in their first process, it is fallacy that they had recommended the name of somebody who was a CEO of another entity was suspended. One, or they are saying they did not have that background check. I want you to give us that report. Who were the three names? We might be asking you this and we have that report, but we're asking you to send it to us official. And we want to know who had you hired to do the background check? Because it can, in fact, DD Jimvalo, you owe us. We have long asked you around March, we said to you, working together with these all SETAs, go back, have a 10-year timetable. On the 10-year timetable, we want you to say 2014 till 2019. Tebogo Litsi was the executive manager of ENW SETA or COO of LG SETA. 2019 till 2024, Tebogo Litsi was the CEO of Services SETA. And we want you to tell us, from 2014 till 2019, this Tebogo resigned where? Where was this Tebogo charged? And when did they resign? Because we said to you, DDG, we want to track now, because terms of these executives are coming to an end immediately after the appointment of boards. We don't want you to recycle people who have serious charges everywhere. You know what they do, DDJ? I'm charged, and I'm going to make an example with Nehao because I know they'll understand. They've got no choice but to understand. I'm charged for wrongdoing. I'm represented by my new union called Nehao. And when we feel like the case is getting harder, we abandon that process. I go to CCMA. I go to CCMA. When I lose it at CCMA, this side, they are just waiting for the CCMA case because they can't run cases concurrently. And when I lose it at CCMA, I resign here, but I would have started the whole process. We know that ultimately here, I'm going to be dismissed. And I resign. So there's no guilty version against my name. Even when I apply somewhere, I just say, but I've resigned. And it's the truth. I've resigned. Not been found guilty of anything. But was I clean? No, probably not. So many of them, they do that. They run the process, but just before the verdict comes out, then they jump. So we want that report, Tatemvalo, of all senior managers. It can't be that difficult. The records should be there. Today is the 23rd of August. Maybe we must give you a date now. Before the 23rd, on or before the 23rd of September, TDG, please give us that information of all the senior executives, from executive managers or the executive directors, they decide there. So from senior executive, from executive managers, executive directors, COOs, CFOs, CEOs, I don't know who else, senior managers, where they've been in the past 10 years, and want to see where would they have run away from. So that information is extremely important. Please give it to us. Separately, with the ministry, we're doing a different one with the boards. So this one, Rekopa Moena DG, please, DDJ, please give it to us. We've agreed with Nehao that they will send a list of all the allegations that they've made, and we're going to send them further questions for them to try and include. And we asked the management of Construction SETA and the board to also give us responses to what they've heard in the meantime. So for an example, you are accused that you suspended 12 employees. You must give us responses. This is person A, person B, person C. This is what would have happened, so that we're able to have a picture about that. Plus the law firm that the CEO you are alleged to be using to get rid of or to handle all the cases and get rid of employees in the disciplinary committee and all of that. Construction SETA must share with us the trip details in full. All of them. How did you get to a point of saying Ria Egypt, Ria Israel against example, but how did you get into designing the trip? What were you doing in each country? How much was it costing you? Who was going in each country? And how long were you staying there? And how much are you going to spend on SNTs to who? One full details. Must give that thing to us. But we have asked the department that they must never approve any such trips. Want to reiterate it, yeah. It's public funds, we're accountable to the public. That if the CEO and the board, you decide to go there, trust me, you'll pay it. We'll make sure, kicking and screaming. We'll show you that Parliament has got teeth. If somebody had said those ones, they just make noise, they don't do anything, they misled you. You will see. You see, members of Parliament, AGSA has got 12 principles that they work with. And I will not go through all of them, but all of them, all those 12 principles, literally they translate to accountability, transparency, and all of that. But they require you and I to do our job in order for them to be efficient. They go, in fact, some of their members are threatened, almost killed, hijacked, because when they are auditing these people, some of them are threatened. Many of them are threatened. You know, I remember in 2019, when AG had went to audit the NSF project, the famous 5 billion NSF project. And we interacted with the people who were auditing in 2017. They said, you know, there would be times when we're supposed to leave Limpopo, would feel like, can they borrow us their power so that we fly ourselves out of Limpopo? Because driving out of it was tough. And then when that forensic, the Nexus forensic in 2019 said, was seeing that it's 5 billion that would have vanished around the system. They felt vindicated because, you know, they were saying at some point, we'll call our families saying, if you don't hear from me anymore, remember that I love you. They were ready to say goodbye. And they are doing it today so that you and I can do their job, our job. So let's not fail them. The AGSA, those employees are putting their lives at risk for transparency and accountability. So we have a responsibility that when they give us a report, we don't sleep and look at it. We must make sure that we follow each and every cent. And if we can do it now, I can tell you, this country, see this sector of ours, one of the most important sectors we have in this country, are responsible for knowledge production, you know, skills transfer for the economy. If we get ourselves right, the economy of this country will be right. So we have a responsibility to make sure that we go for those who think they're untouchable in the ecosystem. Go there, dismantle them. Let's get 20 of them arrested, just as a start. Seriously, we must go and open those cases ourselves. If there are board members here who fail to do their job, let's declare them delinquent. Let's take them to court. Or you had 1, 2, 3, 4 that happened under you. So we go to court to declare you delinquent. They must not be seen anywhere near public funds. And it's our responsibility to do so. If we can't do it, then there are people out there of AGS who are putting their lives in danger for nothing. There are ways to do it. We'll request the department to do those forensics, give them time frame. If they take too long, we are empowered by the law to go and approach SIU to do it, and then we act from there. Like I've said, we're not going to accept any APP that does not make a meaningful impact in the lives of our people. The APP, I'm doing a roadshow. Want meaningful impact. When you say, I'm going to train people, we want to know you are training them for what? What are the drone people here? Drone pilots, because in agriculture, they need drone security. Want you to see producing those people. This leadership, that's alone, that's the target. We're going to have a problem. Those APPs, if it means you must not get money, we'll go to parliament and tell them we're not approving this thing because it won't make any difference in the lives of our people. Why must we take that money and lose it? So next month, colleagues, we're going to have the BRRR. We're going to deal with the annual reports. We're going to get, at the end of this month, we're receiving audit outcomes of all the entities. We're going to look at who has performed badly. We'll bring them back. They must explain. Like I said, when we bring you back, Mr. De Vries, and so we'll say to you, audit you, the unit, your audit must come. We want to understand why are we paying them a salary if they've never written to the audit committee and the management to say 1, 2, 3, 4 is going to be a concern. And if they have, we want one proof. Then we go after the board members who are part of the audit committee of the board. What is it that they've done? Chairperson of the audit committee, come after you. You must show us that you have submitted to the board that, hey, we've got a problem. and the board did not act, so that we fire all of them, declare them insolvent, declare them that they must not be, because if they have received the report and you have not acted on, we must act on you. That's what we must do. So, but we want to see every step, who did what. So we're going to have that process to deal with the report. Your APPs, colleagues, you see the previous MTSF 2019 to 2024, it was not aligned to the NDP 2030 targets. Why do you have a global target called National Development Plan and your medium-term strategic framework does not move you towards that particular thing? So MTSF must move us closer towards NDP 2020 so that each and every year's APP gets us closer there. Because if we don't get an MTSF correctly, we're joking. I know Cabinet is busy, Deputy Minister Gondo, with something called One Country, One Plan. They're still finalizing the finer details. Because we can't have Services SETAs, MTSF going left and construction SETAs going right. Karanong are drawing aeroplanes. One country, one plan must move towards one direction. And the workers, please, please. You're part and parcel of the ecosystem. Help us build these SETAs correctly. Don't take sides. When your worker, your fellow worker, is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, call them on the side. We know you are our member. Mara, please, man, let's work. Because once this thing collapses, it will be your children who are going to suffer. I so believe. With all those few words, let me take this opportunity to thank you for coming. I know some of you are going to be rushing to the airport. We appreciate you coming. Chairpersons of the board members, CEO, acting CEO, executive managers, DDG, acting DG, DM/acting M, members of parliament, union leaders, the NSA, CEO, Chief Director, and Ngubane, and everybody else. The meeting stands, and thank you very much.